I'm live now. Test 1, 2. Testing, testing. Several stars. Yes. That Sega interview. I'm looking for it. I have it. I have the Sega interview. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Can I be heard? I'm not sure. I should be live, but I don't know, so let's check. I am live. Okay, I should be live. Hit the like button, please. Like button, hit. Please. Like button, hit. Okay, so I can be heard on there, right? Can the background be heard? Can the background be heard? One sec. Okay, can. Okay, can. Alright, I turn that off. I'll make sure that's a Cousin Nova, welcome! Welcome, I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Let's get everybody rolled in. I'm just gonna tweet out that I am live. Tweet. Okay, just tweeting this out. that work? Can my tweet be seen? Okay. Check 1 2 1 2. Okay. Ready, we're playing Yoko Watch music. A Yoko Watch track was selected by, I think it was Dank. I want to say, it's like, I've forgotten. I think it was Dank Meme Center. Or was it J2? I think it was Dank Meme Center. So I decided to just put the OST on because that it was like an extended version of just one track. So put the OST on. It's a good OST. I very much enjoyed Yokai Watch. I think it's a very good game. I don't like how one of the yokai is locked behind Street Pass because it means you can just never get it now because nobody walking around with 3DSs now. But yeah. And in Yokai Watch 1 you can't trade and stuff. I believe you can do it in Yokai Watch 2, but I did not like the way they localized the game. Did not like how they localized the game. Now you may see Red has claimed that it's Fuka Friday, but he's actually incorrect. It's actually incorrect. He's wrong about that. It is actually Femboy Friday, as it is every Friday. So I don't know what Redwood's talking about, so just don't listen to anything he's saying. I hope this music's not too loud. Maybe I'll turn it down a tad. Oh, it's already pretty low on there. Is it too high? I turn down. There. Hopefully it's not too loud now. There we go. Yokai Watch. Okay, let's get started. Everybody, like the stream, tweet it out, share it out, let everybody know that we are live. Share it on your social medias, whatever. Like it, like the tweet that I sent out. Let's get more people in. No. It would not be Mitsuru Monday if it was Monday Red Hood. That is also incorrect. That is also incorrect. No. You can't just take random ass Persona characters and alliterate them with the day of the week, Red Hood. Just no. You can't do that. It's not allowed. Oh, Yokai was just so upbeat and so fun. You should all play Yokai Watch. Well, I would advise you to say I'll play Yokai Watch 1, but you bloody can't, because level 5. Well, you can play it, but not the version that Level 5 released on smartphones and Switch. You can't play that version, which is just like a single screen version of Yokai Watch 1 in HD. Can't play that one. Unless you want to play that one in Japanese, because they refuse to. Anyway, let's get me started now. No, just get it on a 3DS, but you have to buy a physical copy because Nintendo decided to close down the eShop in their wisdom, which I did not agree with. Okay. Oh gosh, it's so fun and nice. Do you know what's actually so funny? The anime for Yokai Watch, and I only watched the dubbed one. The one I saw was the dubbed one. So I didn't even know how to get the non-dubbed one. It was on. It must have been on Crunchyroll or something like that. I remember watching it like on a streaming thing. And that anime legit cracked me up. Like, it was legit funny. It was funny. There were times in it where I was laughing so much I could not catch my breath. I'm not even joking. It was legit funny. Obviously, I didn't like the way they localized it. Was weird. I didn't like that. But the way they did it was pretty fun. Okay, let's get started here. Let's check on the chat. Redhead claims that it's Fuka Friday, but it's actually not. As I've explained multiple times, it is not Fuka Friday. Okay, I don't even know why you like this character, Fuka. She's got blue hair. Okay, so welcome to another live stream with Game Corner Shop. I am your host, Jodie, aka JCat, and we talk about sales on this show. We're a very, very niche show with a very, very niche audience, but there's no one else that's talking really about the Japanese. Yeah, Yoko. Oh man, I gotta show that meme. Yoko Watch was the anime was so funny. Well, the first season of the first, I don't know about after that, all the Shadow Side stuff, but I didn't watch the Shadow Side stuff. But I watched the first season, and it is legit funny. I would not lie to you. It was legitimately funny. Yeah. So I've lost my train of thought now because Kike put this goddamn whisper gif on the screen. It's too distracting. It's too distracting. Hello, boys and girls. Hello, Mobile Suit Gooch. Mobile Suit Gooch, are you listening to the show? Can you hear me? I don't even know. Redhead will claim that it is Fuka Friday with multiple gifts, and I just need to reiterate that it is not. It's just that's not the case. You can say, maybe I can show you what. Can I show? Why is it not showing the goddamn Discord on the screen? Can you see it? No? Why is it not showing Discord? Oh, so annoying. Hang on a sec. Display it. Can we display it on the screen? Mario DK. Morning, I might be able to listen and drop comments here and there. Okay, cool. Cool. Great to have you here, Mario DK. Why can I not put the Discord on the screen? It will not display. Come on, display. What is happening here? It should display. Can you not see it on the screen? I don't know why it won't come up. That is hella annoying. Okay, this one is for the on-air thing, and this one is for Discord. Alright, that's it. Now I fixed it. Yes! Oh my god, this was so. Oh my god, this is what happened. This is what happened in Yokai Watch. That I was rolling over. I was rolling over, holding my stomach. It's so funny. There's this bit where there's this yokai that makes people like really handsome. There's a yokai running around that makes people really handsome, and then their faces go like Will Smith and Leonardo DiCaprio. It sounds insane, but that's what happens. Oh my god, I was clutching my stomach. It was so funny. It was legitimately funny. I'm not even joking. Yeah, the Yoko Watch anime, right? But like I said, I watched the dub. I don't know about the, in the Japanese, but I watched that. I actually watched the dub because I think it was on. It must have been on Crunchyroll or something like this. I remember like having it on a streaming thing and watching it. That's how I saw it. And I was like, what? I need to see this. And I watched. Yeah, but that's it. It looks like Bruce Willis. Have you seen the Yoko Watch anime, Kike? You obviously know what I'm talking about. It was so funny, man. It was so funny. It doesn't follow what happens in the game, to be honest with you. It's just like a yokai of the week thing. It doesn't follow the story that's in the game at all. But it was so funny. The funniest one, the one that I could not take, it was Kika. I was dying. The one that was so funny. It's been so long. I do remember things that everyone else remembers. Like the dog. Yeah, the dog yokai that makes people handsome. There was one yokai. I've forgotten what it was called, but it was a yokai that made you pull your top up over your head and like slap your belly. I can't remember what it was called, but it made you pull your top up over your head and slap your belly, right? So this yokai is going round, and people are pulling up their tops and slapping their belly and doing this weird thing, right? And then it goes to, like, they localized her name as Katie. I don't know what her Japanese name was, but the girl character, right? I mean, I guess they called him Nate. That Nate likes, or he's his friend or whatever, right? And the yokai is gonna make her pull up her top and slap her belly, and they have to. I can't remember how they tried to stop this yokai doing that because she's just about to pull up her top, right? Oh god, King, I was dying. It's so funny. It is so funny. I can't remember what the yokai was called, but yeah, it makes you pull your top up. I thought that. Oh no, shit! I didn't say that, and I just swore as well. Not that you even drop an S-bomb. No, but yeah, no, but it counts. No, it's Vinnie Mac. It's allowed because if it's a video game as well. No, actually, no, Vinnie Mac. I'm allowed to talk about it because Yokai Watch is a video game. Yokai Watch is a video game. I'm allowed to. I'm Vinnie Mac. But then, yeah, listen, that anime was funny. It was so funny. I never got to see the other seasons of it. What? Oh my god. How are you finding Gera Po? Let's play that. No, actually I'm not gonna play it. How are you finding all these Fuka gifts? How do that many gifts of this character exist? Where's they coming from? Are you getting from the anime? Oh my god. That's before somebody made that. You just type in Fuka and you just look at everything that comes up. Why do they give so many of these characters blue hair? I don't know. Yeah, and this is when you go into the school at night. Anyway, VMAC, he doesn't know what he's talking about. We're allowed to talk about this because Yokai Watch is a video game. It's a video game franchise, so you're allowed to talk about the anime. The anime was funny. Now, I didn't watch I didn't see the movies. I didn't watch the Shadow Side one. They did a movie that was like semi-live action. A lot of the movies were not released or translated. You have to go and find fan translations for some of the movies and stuff that they just didn't release outside of Japan. Like the first, I think 1 or 2 seasons, they got American dubs of them, but I don't know about after that. I don't know. I think a lot of it after that was not released outside of Japan, unfortunately. So there's a whole load of fan translations and stuff. Okay, so yeah, so we got hijacked by anime. I did say that we're not in the pre-show that we can't keep having the show being hijacked by anime. This is a video game discussion show, and I don't know where Red Hood's finding all these gifts. I think he's actually making the gifts as we are talking, because there's just no way there's that many gifts of Fuka from goddamn Persona 3. I just don't believe it. So let's you watch Shadow Side? Because I've seen the stories where it's the kid of the protagonist. So Shadow Side was that was never translated, right? Because I thought it was never translated. Did you watch it with a fan translation? Because I thought that one was never translated. Yeah, that's the thing, right? They had to retcon all of that for Yokai Watch 4. They retconned all of that Shadow Side stuff. Or they made a portal or something to bring back the original protagonist. Like he just comes through a portal. I had methods. Okay, you watched the fan translation. No, it's fine because it was never released outside Japan. There's no, like, you have to find the fan translation because they never translated it. It's not Fuka Friday. I don't. What the hell's going on here? Like, who even cares about goddamn Fuka from Persona 3? I just. Good lord. What is the character that people care about the least? Right. Okay. I don't even know what's happening here. Okay, let's get started on the topics because we've had some like interesting releases, but as we get in towards the holidays, there's really only like 1 or 2 big releases of the year left. I know that there's Dragon Quest Monsters 3 and maybe there's something else that I can't think that's escaping me. I guess is that Avatar game this year? Is it the Avatar game? I mean that's not a big game. Well, not in Japan anyway. Yeah, Avatar. And I said, what do you mean nobody cares about Femboy Friday? Everyone cares about Femboy Friday except for you, basically. Is what you mean to say. Me and Mousy. Where's Mousy? Mousy, back me up. Where is she? We care about Femboy Friday. And Mousy and I are in charge, so that's the way it goes. I mean, maybe Jago doesn't care for Femboy Friday, but Jago likes Sonic, so his opinion is invalid in this situation. It doesn't matter what he says. Don't listen to what he says, by the way. Don't listen to him even when he's talking about Sonic. Only listen to him when he's doing mod stuff. Hi, Dank Meme Center, welcome. Let's get this Discord off the screen. Where are you finding these Fuka gifts? You are making these. Okay, you didn't make that one. Ratio wrong, get a job unfunny, you fell off. You fell off! You're the one who fell off! About I fell off. You fell off. Okay. Let's ignore what Red Hood's doing and talk about these sales. Okay, I really need to try and set up another monitor because this is really difficult trying to do. I know why people have multiple monitors when they stream now. It's just so difficult to do it like this. What plan? You're trying to wind me up? Alright, I'm gonna ignore you from now on then. Okay, so this week's sales, we're gonna talk about here. So yeah, towards the end of the year there's Dragon Quest Monsters 3, there's the Avatar game, and there's the Japanese version of Baldur's Gate 3, which is getting a physical release. By the way, if you want a physical release of the game, don't buy that version because it is censored. They're censoring it for the Japanese market. I believe Larian Studios is making their own physical. You can get that on their website. If you want a physical, do that. Because before they announced that, I was thinking of it, oh yeah, I can import that Japanese one via PlayAsia. But yeah, apparently it's censored. They've censored it. The Japanese version of the game is censored. They've taken out blood and some other, I don't know, dismemberments and stuff like that. Because you know that doesn't fly in Japan. It doesn't fly. It's already like a Zero Z rating or whatever, and then that stuff doesn't fly, so they censor it out. So yeah, I think you basically in the game you have the option of turning that stuff off, but with the Japanese version you don't have the option of turning it on. I think is the way it's censored. So this week we don't have a lot of big releases this week. It wasn't anything actually. I don't think so. Because Super Mario RPG was last week. So this week we get to see the second week drops of all these games, which is very interesting. We're going to discuss that and discuss. I wanted to touch on Persona 5 Tactica because of the performance of that game being really not good. So we're going to talk about that. And you know, obviously compare it to other Personas. We can compare it to other Persona spin-offs. I know we did do that before, but we're going to talk about it in the context of the future of these Persona spin-offs, right? So this my plan. Oh yeah, I read that. My plan is working. I don't know what plan it is. Okay. So what I want to do actually is look at Niche Barrier. And I'm playing, yeah, I was playing his music from Yokai Watch 1, which is a very good game. You should play. Not easy to get hold of nowadays because Level-5 refused to release the other version. There's another version of this game that's on Switch and mobile. It's not released outside of Japan. But I think even though that one's in HD, it's like gameplay wise, it's probably inferior to the 3DS one, just because of the way you was meant to play the way the game was intended to be played with a stylus and a second screen. Yeah, but they've translated it to a single screen. But they must have had to change the controls and stuff like that. The mini games you have to do to get the yokai to do stuff, to do their like their special super attack or whatever. Anyway, let's look at these second week drops. Momotaro Dentetsu World. Okay, so this is the follow up to the previous Momotaro game that sold like 3 million or something. So these games are normally slow burn and stay in the charts forever. I think the previous Momotaro has now dropped out of the chart because everyone must be buying this new one. But up until like a couple of weeks ago or something, it was in the chart. Or maybe a few weeks ago. So already this game has sold a total of 413,000. It's at number 1 with 98,000. At a drop of 69%. I don't know if that's average for these Momotaro games, but I expect this to have extremely long legs because the previous games did. Number 2, maybe it's a slight surprise to me that Mario Wonder is up, but I guess it would, you know, as we go towards the holidays, it probably is going to go up. But I mean, it just came out, so you know, October-ish. So it's gone up 24%. That's at number 2 with 62.8 thousand. Number 3, Super Mario RPG. Now this is interesting. It had a decline of 82% versus its debut last week. Now, it sold 54,000 this week and for a total of 355,000. I think some people, I don't know, I'm not sure why the people thought this, but I think some people thought that this was going to buck the normal trend of RPGs, that their RPGs are front loaded and they drop off like 80% in their second week. That's normally just like almost every RPG that happens. They don't have long legs, so maybe people thought that this one was going to buck the trend because it's a Mario RPG, but I personally couldn't see it. But yeah, so it's like 82%. So some people didn't expect that. I kind of did, like I said. And I think it will have this performance over it will have steady performance over the holidays, and we'll see. I don't expect super long legs for Mario RPG though, I'm afraid. Like, if people are expecting that, I do not expect that at all. I think it's just gonna have a normal drop off. It's gonna be slightly it might be around for slightly longer because it's really so close to the holidays. So you're going to see it in the charts over the holidays, is what I think. I think if it hadn't been for that, then it'd drop out sooner, but I don't expect the legs to be super long for this. Mario Wonder, on the other hand, is a different kettle of fish. That's a 2D Mario platformer. They have legs for years, so that I expect to be around. Super Mario RPG, not so much. And that's reflected in these sales here, I believe. Now, this music is kind of hype, and this is why I don't like playing general OSTs, okay? Because this is like the battle music from Yokai Watch 1, and, you know, it just gets a bit hype! Hold up. That's a boss battle music. Are these all boss battles? Oh my god. Let's go to Nate's house. Okay, that's better. Right. Oh my god. There's a goddamn boss battle music. Right, let's get back to what I was talking about. Okay, WarioWare Move It at number 4 with an additional 11.2 thousand. It's up 7%. This game has way underperformed the previous WarioWare. You know what I mean? WarioWare game, which I've forgotten what it was called. What was the previous WarioWare game called? Anyway, whatever that one was called, this is way underperformed it. I believe that the previous WarioWare game debuted at 100,000. This isn't even at 100,000 total. So I think it's a couple of things. I think it's just because you released like 2 WarioWare games in like 2. When did the last one come out? Like 2 years ago. There's that, and I think also the fact that this WarioWare game is the Joy-Cons are so integrated into it. I think you need to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Joy-Cons is a requirement to play it, like the motion controls and stuff like that. And not everybody wants to do that, and there's people that have Switch Lites and stuff that may, that. So I think that's a lot of the reason why it's just underperformed the previous game so much. And maybe just WarioWare gets it together. Thank you, Kika. That's what the previous one was called. Yeah. So I think that's part of the reason. The control schemes and stuff like that is part of the reason. I could be wrong, but it is up this week. I think it will stick around for the holiday because it's an easy pickup. It's like a cheaper price. I think it's 4,000 yen or something like that. Works out at. So it's like a easy pickup for some people. It's like a family kind of party game type thing. But yeah, it's way underperformed the previous game. Pikmin 4, on the other hand, is having just an amazing legs. So it's at number 5. That sold an additional 10.5 thousand. The thing is that's impressive is that it's gone up 59%. I'm not sure why it's jumped up so much. I think there was like a 1-day holiday in Japan last week. Maybe that, or there's some other. I don't know what the other reason was. I think Nintendo's been running some promotions and stuff. But didn't they just start doing that? I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what the reason is, but 59% is really high for it to jump up. For a game that came out in... When did it release? September? August, September? I can't even remember, man. Is it August, September or something like that? Yeah. So it's at 965,317. So I think this is going to get over 1 million physical. It was July. It was July? Holy crap, was it? It was July. Oh, dang. So yeah, it's going to be able to get over 1 million physical because the sales will increase over the holidays. So it'll get to 1 million physical, which means that has done exceedingly well. I think the performances may be even better than the previous Kirby game. Not that Wii port, the one before it, the Forgotten Land. I think it might even be better performance than that. I'll have to check. But yeah, that had amazing performance as well. Next we have Hogwarts Legacy, the Switch version, with an additional 9.3 thousand for a total of 57,000. It's down 80%. I think this is its second week, right? So again, probably expected. I think, is this classified as an RPG or is it like an adventure game? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, this is just about what I expect for this game. I think it's like lucky to sell what it did, given how late the port is. It's like very good. So this is like, it's basically easy money for WB. Or is it Sega that's distributing it in Japan? It's just WB here anyway. It's like a no-brainer, easy money for them to have the game on the Switch. And you know, WB in particular mentions this. They've mentioned this Switch version before in like their investor meetings and stuff like that. That I think that they probably realised they needed to have like a version of the game on Switch as well to like fully reach the market. So the PS5 version also did very well. It had like 67,000 at launch. Yeah, it was around 67,000. So for this to get up like 57,000 in like a couple of weeks at such a late port is good. So you can see why they did this. You know what I mean? So there you go. Number 7 is Mario Kart 8 with an additional 7,000. Number 8 is Minecraft with an additional 6.8 thousand. Those are both up a lot. It's the holidays, I guess. Number 9 is a PS4 version of Like a Dragon Gaiden. That sold an additional 6.2 thousand. It's down 46% versus last week. I think this is this his first week or second? I can't remember. Hang on. I can't remember. When did this game come out? Oh wait, hang on here. Oh no, wait. It was like 3 weeks ago, or like almost a month ago. This game came out. It came out on the 9th of November. So how many weeks is that? Oh my god, I can't. Hang on. Let me look here. We'll see how many weeks it is. Okay, so this is his 3rd week. Okay. This is the 3rd week for this game. And yeah, the PS4 version is the one that held on. And has slightly higher sales than the PS5 version. We can see here at number 13. 76,000 total. PS4 version is 77,000 total. So the fact that this split is like 50-50 like that is kind of wild when we're like, is it 4 years into the PS5? Like, I don't feel like this should be happening like that. It hasn't happened with a lot of other games have shifted over to PlayStation 5. I don't know why the Like a Dragon franchise hasn't. I don't know, maybe someone tell me why like everything else seems to be shifted over but Like a Dragon doesn't. My suspicion is I think that there's still such a big base of people on the PS4 that haven't got PS5s. They probably don't feel a need or an incentive to get PS5s. Is why the sales are so high at PS4. That would be my guess. They literally don't feel any need or incentive because Like a Dragon's not a graphically intense game that, you know, is crazy better on a PS5. So that's probably why I don't feel incentivized to get a PS5 version. Not only that, but Sega's been making PS4 versions. So what? When you know there's PS4 versions, why bother with a PS5 version? Sega, they haven't done. None of the upcoming games have been none of their games recently have been PS5 exclusive. I don't think so. Trying to think. I don't believe any of them are. Like a Dragon 8 next year also has a PS4 version, right? So I think they just do not feel incentivized at all. But why this is so high with Like a Dragon in particular. I think it's to do with if I had to get, I could be way off. I think that the people that buy these games don't feel the need to get a PlayStation 5 to have a version that runs, because it's going to run better on a PS5. They don't feel it's for that particular franchise. Maybe they don't feel it's enough of a difference to warrant the expense of buying a PlayStation 5, because it is very expensive in Japan. That would be my guess. I don't know. Like a Dragon fans, let me know what you think. Where's Mousy when you need her, for God's sake? She's not even here. What's happening? Mousy, you let me know. Where's the Like a Dragon fans at? I need someone to tell me. Mario DK says it's an extremely faithful remake, more like a remaster. Good performance for the effort, I think. I'm not sure what game is that you're referring to. But Mario DK, it's time for Sephiroth Lo-Fi. Ah, look, see, someone requested it! See? You're trying to tell me no one requests Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi? Mario DK just did. I will play it later. Mario DK says also the reception to the last one wasn't great. Again, I'm sorry, I missed your comments. I don't know what you're... Oh, you... WarioWare? WarioWare reception wasn't great? Is that what you mean? Mario DK says, we am I. Oh, WarioWare Move It. That's the one we have now, right? That's just really WarioWare Move It. Opened low, but the legs seem to be decent. I mean, yes, like I said, it went up slightly. We're going into the holidays, but its performance is just so much lower than the previous one. You've got to think that there's people who don't like this one as much. I think it's to do with I think the game requires Joy-Cons. I think that's what it is. Now I don't think the percentage of people that own a what do you call it, a Switch Lite is that crazy high, but it must have some sort of impact if the games require Joy-Cons. So I don't know why they would do that, make a game that requires Joy-Cons knowing that a load of people don't have them. Just dumb. Dame dane. Dame dame dane. Dame dane moment. Yeah, let's not listen to Young Year's rendition of that, please. WarioWare movie has better word of mouth. What, are you all handing out J points to each other? Redhead says Kika says Like a Dragon fans died after the dub. Yeah, but they're not listening to the English dub in Japan, so Redhead says, and Mamoru Hayase will very much dislike thanks to Young. I don't know, who is it? What are you talking about? Will very dislike thanks to Young Year. I have no idea what that means. Let me post Young Year singing, please. Okay, you post it, but like I'm not playing it on stream. You can listen to that yourself. The Yokai Watch music is finished, so if you want Sephiroth Lo-Fi, I will give you Sephiroth Lo-Fi. I need to find it first. Is it this one? Is the other one? Where is Sephiroth Lo-Fi? Oh, here we go. This was requested by Mario DK. Then you can't say I can't play it. Mario DK requested it personally. Frick my grammar. I will let you know, Jodie, once you finish your cells. Oh, what about Young Year? No, I've heard him singing, man. I don't need to hear it again, please. I come on, man. Like, I don't need to be tortured like that, please. I heard it once was enough. Okay. Well, let's finish the sales then. What page was I looking at? Yeah, I done it. Okay, so now, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's. Aren't you like a big Like a Dragon fan as well? What? Tell me why you think in Japan that there's so many people that are still. So many people are still on PS4 and not like transferred over to PS5. Like, because other franchises they have started to move, but Like a Dragon seems resistant. Or I'd say like 50. It's split 50-50. It's 4 years into the PS5's life. That seems pretty resistant to me. So if you know has anyone got any theories as to why they think that is? Like I said, I think the reason is because I think it's just because Like a Dragon's not a graphically intense game, and people don't see as much benefit from buying a PlayStation 5 to play the PlayStation 5 version when the PlayStation 5 is really expensive. That's what I think it is. And the fact that Sega's still making PS4 versions anyway, so why not just stay on the PS4? If I had to guess, that's what I think it is. But then it kind of like you think, well, there's other franchises where they're not graphically intense or anything like that, but they have got higher sales than the PlayStation 5. Dude, I don't know why, but this, like, we were seeing, like, a couple of years ago, we were still seeing, like, the PlayStation 4 versions are selling way more. I think this is a little unexpected. Like, for example, we just had, well, we're going to talk about this, Persona 5 Tactica, the PlayStation 5 version, sold more than the PS4 version. That's not a graphically intense game, it's just kind of stylized, type of game. So, but you can say that, I mean, it's a spin-off franchise, so maybe because it's a long-running maybe because Like a Dragon is a long-running franchise, maybe it's to do with that. And That would be my guess. I don't know. Let's see. Mobile Suit Gooch says PS4 is still selling, to be honest. It's selling a few thousand every week, yeah. Not that high though, really, compared to the PlayStation 5, which is selling tens of thousands every week. It's not, you know, it's not selling nothing, but it's not. I don't know why anyone's going to buy a PlayStation 4. I mean, I know, look, I know I know they've just raised the price of the PlayStation 5, but like, if I had that amount of money, I would not be spending on a PlayStation 4. So I don't know who's buying them, to be honest with you. Unless they're like discount, if it's like a discount PlayStation 4, then maybe I'd get it. But at this point, like 4 years into the PS5 life, why am I gonna go and buy a PlayStation 4? It doesn't make any sense to me. What the hell? Where are these coming from? Outselling the Series X and S combined in Japan. What, the PlayStation 4? Yeah, I mean, I think what's happened to Xbox now, we can talk about it. I think what's happened to Xbox now, I think that it already peaked in Japan. I think it already peaked. I think that's it now for Xbox in Japan. Personally. So I'd like to quickly talk about Persona 5 Tacticus. There was only one other new release this week, and that was... Well, there's only one new release full stop. And that was a physical version of Stray. If you remember, this is the indie game that I think came out like a year... Was it like a year ago? Or something like that. So I think they already released a physical version in the West. I wasn't aware that there wasn't a physical version in Japan. So that seems to be what this is. Because I'm pretty sure this game came out like a year, like digitally. I would say came out, I mean it was available digitally. I'm not 100% sure, but it definitely didn't come out recently. It's been very available. No, it was last year. It was last year because it was nominated. I remember it was in the Game Awards last year. No, this game is like Stray's like a year old. Stray's definitely a year old. So this is a very late physical version. So a very late physical version of a digital game that's been out for a year, and it's PlayStation 5. Was there a PlayStation 4 version? Hang on, I don't know. It's not in this chart. There was a PlayStation 4 version, but it didn't chart. So something this late, you can't expect to sell a lot. So this is, for what it is, this is decent. It's almost 3,000. Sell-through was extremely low though, so there's going to be a bunch of these sitting around on shelves that they're probably going to have to discount. So I can't imagine they're going to be able to sell through those at full price. Yeah, so that sell-through is very low, 20 to 40% sell-through, which is very, very low. So let's hope they can sell through them. Otherwise, that performance is fine for an indie game that's been out digitally for a year, in my opinion. Oh, I also wanted to talk quickly about Marvel Spider-Man 2, PlayStation 5. I was going to say PlayStation 5 version, I realised it was on the PS4 version. You know what I mean. Anyway, last week, this was at number 30. If you recall, and actually thought it was going to drop out the chart, but no, it went up 4 places. It went up 11% and sold an additional 2,902. So, you know, not far, 3,000. The total's over 100,000. I think this is will be gone next week though. I'm not sure that the holidays can carry it. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe it can, but I don't know. It's so close to the bottom that it seems like it might not be able to do that. Was it summer 22? Wow, so it's well over a year ago. Fuka Yamagishi. Where are all these Fuka gifts coming from? Okay, so it's like 18 months old then. Oh well, it's a very, very late physical version. To be honest, I didn't know there wasn't a physical version in Japan, and they was planning to release one. So there you go. Yeah, Marvel Spider-Man 2, that went up. But like I said, we'll have to see how this performs over the holiday. I still expect it to drop out the chart, but I could be wrong. It's just so close, and you know, it doesn't really have legs. It doesn't, you know, it's gone up a little bit, but in general, its legs are probably not going to be that great. Okay, so there's your Sephiroth Lo-Fi. I played it. Sephiroth's theme. Okay, let's see. Let's say Mario DK says, Like a Dragon is still a more casual franchise with a long history of relatively casual. This appeals to older fans of the traditional style of Like a Dragon, just like the PS4 owners who can't let go of their own systems. Okay, so that's what Mario DK reckons, that because so Like a Dragon Gaiden is still in the beat 'em up style of the older games, whereas Like a Dragon 8 is turn-based. So let's just see how Like a Dragon 8 performs. I think Like a Dragon 8 will sell more on the PS5, but it's like, is it going to sell like a lot more, or is it going to be like close? So it's just, yeah, just older fans that just can't let go of the play. There's a lot of people that can't let go of their PlayStation 4s. It's kind of an issue with these Japanese games, right? Okay, so whatever. So now let's talk about Persona 5 Tactica. So Persona 5 Tactica released last week, if you remember. Well, it was literally last week, and it sold a total of like just like 50,000. Just, it was a couple below, but it was like 50,000, which is probably lower than what Atlas wanted. Now, I think Atlas wanted this and expected this to sell like Persona, Persona Q1 or Persona 5 Strikers. Those are both two Persona spin-offs that did pretty well. I think they wanted first week sales like that, like 150, you know, 180,000, in that range is what I think they were looking for, because like I don't think this was just a throwaway game that they just wanted to break even on, because you don't do that and then put your literally your strongest franchise because they thought it was going to perform well, like not like a brand new Persona game level, like millions, like perform well for a spin-off, which in my opinion would be like Persona Q1. Persona Q2 didn't do as well because it was right at the end of the 3DS life, but like a Persona Q1 or a Persona, what's the other one I said again? Persona 5 Strikers, like that. I think that's what they wanted. That's not what they got though. What they got was a bomb. So this week we can have a look and see how the game's doing this week. So it's been 1 week. So if we look at the charts, and wait, hold on, where is it? Oh my god, I gotta find it. Right. Okay, so here it is. So Persona 5 Tactica. Oh my god, can you see that warning on the screen about my mouse? Or can only I see it? It says battery level is at critically low level. Oh no, I'm gonna lose my mouse. I don't know a battery for this goddamn mouse. Oh no, it says battery level is critical on the following device. Wireless mouse. Hold up. Can you see that message there? Oh no. Hold on. Oh, I've got another battery here, but I don't know if it's got any juice in it. Oh no, that one hasn't got any juice either. Do you know I bought AA batteries and they didn't bloody deliver them? That one, okay, this one's better. I need new batteries. If my mouse runs out, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh, that one's just critically low as well. Fudging hell. Oh, I can't do the show without a mouse. I've got another mouse in the other room, but it's... Oh god, I have to go and get that mouse. Well, this is working right now. I might have to get the other mouse. But that one's dongled into the other to my laptop, so I'll have to get that and the dongle. Oh, it's extremely inconvenient. Anyway, yeah, rip mouse. It's the battery. It's a wireless mouse, you see. So what I really need is a wired mouse. A wide mouse. But anywho, okay, mouse warning gone. Did you see it? Did it? I guess you couldn't see it on the screen, but yeah, it popped up and said that. So yeah, anyway, what I was saying is Persona 5 Tactica is, where is it now? Okay, so it's at number 15. This week it sold an additional 4,357. It's an 84% drop, which is on the higher side. Not that crazy high, but I mean, you did, like I said, you'd normally expect like an 80% drop for an RPG. So it's kind of there in that range. But it just shows the game has no legs. Now that the other two versions of the game, as I predicted, as I assumed, I thought, are not in the chart this week. So there was also a PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 version. They're both gone. Now, if you remember, I know it was only last week, but I have to jog everyone's memories about this, so we can see what this game sold. So this is the Switch version, okay? Which is in the chart this week. So let's look at the PlayStation 4 version. That debuted at 7,421. And the PlayStation 5 version sold 15,713. So, for a game to sell 15,713, almost 16,000, and then not be in the chart the next week, when the game that's at the bottom of the chart, let's have a look. Where's the thing? The game at the bottom of the chart is, oh my god, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Plus Booster Course Pass is at the bottom of the chart, okay, at number 30. So it says re-entry. So these games, you've had like 4 games here that have re-entered the chart. So, or 5, including Super Mario Party. So instead of Persona 5 Tactica staying in the chart, right, it's fallen down and all these games have gone above it, right? So that just goes to how much it dropped off. The game at the bottom of the chart sold 2,522. So it sold less than that, which means it dropped off completely, dropped out of the chart with a very high second week drop, which isn't good. It means the game, I mean, even the Switch version is the same thing. It just has no legs. There's no legs whatsoever. What we can do here though is look at we're gonna look at Persona 5 Strikers and see how the legs were for that game. Rest in peace, Persona 5 Tactica. We hardly knew you, says Redhead. I know, right? So we're gonna look at Persona 5 Strikers so we can see what the legs were on that, whilst I gather some music. What is Yoko Watch music on? Oh, let's shuffle. So, if we look here, the PlayStation 4 version of Persona 5 Strikers was released in 2020, right? So that game, right, had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 appearances in the chart. That's how the legs were. 6. It was in the chart 6 for 6 weeks, right? And sold, 164,000, nearly 165,000 total. The Switch version was also in the chart for 6 weeks and sold 79,000, almost 80,000. Okay, so for that game to be in the chart for 6 weeks and then this one to be in the chart, 2 of the versions gone. That's one just for 1 week, and then the Switch version will be gone next week. He won't be there next week. He's gonna drop out. It's not gonna be there next week. So for that even that game to have some legs. Now that was an RPG. It was a Muso game, but they're kind of RPGs, right? It had some legs. Persona 5 Tactica, no legs. That's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. This game just is flops. It is bombed. So, I mean, we've discussed what the various reasons are for that. Why I think it is. Anyway, this music is loud as hell. Hold on a sec. It's loud in my ear holes anyway. Hang on a sec. I'm not a professional streamer that can control these levels and stuff like that. I'm doing it old school. Oh, I feel so bad if Persona 3 Reload bombs. Well, this is what Redwood says. There's Redwood, I've explained before that why I don't think that game will bomb. I just don't think it will be able to overperform like Persona 5 did. So I think a normal performance expectations for a Persona re-release, like an enhanced version or something, right? So there's history of that. We've got the data of Persona 5 Royal, we've got the data of Persona 4 Golden, we've got Persona 3, you know, Fairs, Persona 3 Portable. We can see what those games done. So what the performance of those games would be what I would expect for this game, being Persona 3 Reload. That's what I would expect. A re-release of a game. Because especially in Japan, like, often like remasters and re-release or enhanced versions don't always do crazy. Well, it depends on the game, but some don't do as well. Now, the benefit of this game in particular is that it's a much older game that was on the PS2, right? It was PS2 originally. So there's going to be plenty of new people who have not played the game. That it will be a new game to them. So it's been a long enough period, right? It's been like, I don't know, 15 years or something, right? So that's going in the game's favour. So its performance will be, in my opinion, on par with those previous Persona games, in my opinion. I just don't think it can overperform in the same way that we saw with Persona 5. I think it will just be an acceptable performance for that. Now, I don't know what Sega wants. I suspect that they think the game is going to overperform. Just based on comments that they've said, you know, with their investors meeting, where they have high expectations for the other games. So I don't see why they would have high expectations for the game, you know, what they mentioned, and they wouldn't have high expectations for Persona 3 Reload. But what those expectations are, I don't know exactly. I would just say I think it's going to perform on par with those previous Persona games. So, for example, if we can look at some data, right? So let's look at, first of all, Persona 5 Royal isn't the best barometer for that, but let's look at Persona 5 Royal, okay? And what that did. So we talk, but it's not spelled like that, is it? Persona 5 Royal. Now, Persona 5 Royal, I'm going to be looking at the PlayStation 4 version, because the other two versions were a few years later. So just the PlayStation 4 version, this did over 200,000 first week, which, you know, I would call that as an overperformance. I do not expect Persona 3 Reload to sell 200,000 first week. That I wouldn't expect that at all. But that's what it sold, okay? Fun fact: Persona 5 Royal was my last platinum. It says Mobile Suit Gooch. So Persona, yeah. So I just wanted to look at that, so you can keep that figure in mind. 200,000. Once this music is too hype. It's too hype. It's too hype. Okay. this one. I need the extended version of this. I need those extended versions now. Let's look at the rest of them. Okay, so let's look at Persona 4 Golden. Don't tell me there's no data available. I know there is. Don't lie to me. What the hell? No data. Right, here's the data. Why did it say that the first time? Well, anyway, here it is. Persona 4 Golden, released on the PlayStation 4. Sorry. The PlayStation Vita. So, PlayStation Vita in 2012. This sold 152,000 first week, okay? 152,000. Obviously, back in 2012, digital wasn't really a factor on like the. I mean, it had a digital store, but I mean, it's not really a factor on the PlayStation Vita. It wouldn't, in my opinion. So, that's bear that in mind, right? So. That is obviously below what Persona 5 Royal sold, but like I said, Persona 5 Royal is like an overperformance, right? This is more like, you know, what I would expect for like a Persona re-release. I'll just call them re-releases for now to include something that's like an enhanced version or a remake. Right, so let's see if they've got data on Persona 3. I don't know. Let's have a look. So Persona 3, like right here. Persona 3 Portable. So that sold 108,000 first week on the PlayStation Portable 2009. Okay. And then we got Persona 3 Fez. And again, it sold almost the same as Persona 3 Portable, 105,000. So that 105,000, 108,000. It was the other one was 148,000 and 200,000 for Persona 5 Royal. So that 200,000, strike that off. It's not going to sell 200,000. That's gone. Okay. I think what you're looking at is going to be, in my opinion, I think it's going to be like 130,000. Somewhere between 100 and 130,000. I think. Now, I'm basing that on initial pre-orders being strong, but the pre-orders can be super over-representative because a load of people run to buy these, like, collector's editions. So, and I don't know how many collector's editions or what percentage of the sales the collector's editions form. So, okay, we've got some comments here. Let's go through this. Okay, I'll display it on the screen. I'll display it on the screen so I can see what you're talking about. And I'm gonna deal with this Yoko Watch music. Hello, J2 Blue, welcome. Welcome. I'll show this Discord. I'm gonna deal with this goddamn Yoko Watch music. Where's the extended versions then? Extended versions. No, not add to the queue. How do I take it off the queue? There's not a goddamn queue. I didn't even know you could do that. How do I get rid of this? Oh god. Oh, Yoko Watch OST. Hello. Right, this is the extended version so that we don't have to listen to the Right, the reason we're playing this Yoko Watch music is because of is because of level 5. Okay. So what we're displaying here. Did you just buy another plushie mousey? What is this? Why is there like a Pokemon here? Okay, so are you talking about plushies there? Too many eggs in a basket. Okay, let me see what we're applying to. I guess, if I had to guess, they wanted to be Persona 5 levels of success. There's no way they can possibly think that Persona 3 Reload is going to be as successful as Persona 5. Sega and Atlus are out of their minds. They cannot be that out of their minds. I refuse to believe that they think that, because it is a remake is just never going to perform like a brand new game. That's a brand new numbered entry. It's just, no, I don't think they think that. I refuse to believe they could think that. So I think that they believe it's going to perform like Persona 5 Royal. So not like the sum total Persona 5, but I think that they are expecting Persona 5 Royal sales. If you look at just Royal, that game must have sold like 3 million plus. Just Royal by itself. But I mean, there's multiple versions of it at this point. So if you add them all up. So I think that's what they're thinking out. And I think that's not going to happen. I think it's going to perform more like Persona 4 Golden, for example, which was like 2 million or something. I think it could perform about that well. In my opinion, if they're thinking Persona 5 over performance, I don't like selling like a Persona 5, like some Persona 5 sold what, 5, 6 million, 7 million, I don't know, right? Or if you add them all up, all the different versions, you know, they can't possibly be expecting that. That's just, they'd be out of their minds if that's what they think. They've literally lost the plot. So I actually don't think that they believe that would be possible with a remake. So I think it's going to perform like a Persona 4 Golden, which I believe was a total 2 or 2.5 million or something like that. So I don't think it's going to reach 3 million. It's in my opinion though. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe there's a huge demand for a non-definitive version of Persona 3 that doesn't have FMC. I don't know. So Vinnie Mac says they can't think that with when the game is releasing. Au contraire, Vinnie Mac. Au contraire. You think that they can't think that with the game releasing, with what is releasing? Au contraire, Vinnie Mac. We have right here Sega. Let's talk about Sonic Superstars, Vinnie Mac. Sega says, this is a VGC article, Sega says Sonic Superstars had a weaker start than anticipated. Okay, so this is sourced from their investors meeting that happened, was it last month or whatever? Anyway, it's just got an official English translation, okay? So unofficial translations happen, so we hear some of the stuff, but it's better to wait for the official translation so stuff doesn't get misconstrued. Yes, Sonic. But once we are talking about Sonic, okay? So you think that Sega can't possibly think that. You think, well, they can't be that bleeping bleep done. Alright? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Okay? Sonic Superstars is a 2D multiplayer Sonic game. Right? It's a very good, fun game. I mean, it didn't get like a crazy high Metacritic score, but it's a solid game, okay? Right? It's a decent game. Here's the problem, right? They released this game in the same week as Super Mario Wonder and Spider-Man 2. Alright? And I'll tell you the issue with that. Those are two huge games from two of the platform holders, being Nintendo and Sony. Right? The one that's particularly the biggest issue is Super Mario Wonder would have the most impact on Sonic. Because Super Mario Wonder is also a 2D game, 2D perspective game, a side-scrolling game, right? So it's a side-scrolling platformer. Sonic Superstars is also a side-scrolling platformer. The difference is that 2D Mario is huge. They sell a lot. You'd think it would be the 3D ones that sell them more. No, it's that 2D Marios sell more, okay? I think it has more of a casual appeal than the 3D Marios. Maybe the 3D Marios people find more challenging than, because obviously you're controlling in 3 dimensions. Maybe they find them more challenging, and the most recent entries have a multiplayer as well. So there's that, people want to play with their family and so on. Okay? So the problem for Sonic is that the majority of Sonic's fanbase is on Nintendo's consoles. That's where Sonic sells the best. And I think it has done since the end of the Dreamcast, right? So I think that's been the case. So you have Mario Wonder, which was extremely critically acclaimed as well. That's the other thing. It got like a 93 Metascore or something like that. Up next to Sonic. The other thing Sonic that was going against it was the price. So Sonic, I'm just going to use US dollars because it's easier, right? So even though for me it's not that, it's, you know, but anyway, we're going to use US dollars. It's easier because everyone knows what I'm talking about. So Sonic was $60 US. Super Mario Wonder was also $60 US. They're the same price. So you should think, well, if the price is going to impact one, why wouldn't it impact another? I mean, they're both 2D games. Why wouldn't it impact that? Well, people in general, people have issues with playing with more games that are kind of 2D or AA or whatever you want to call it, right? Paying full price for those sort of games. We've just seen that with Persona 5 Tactica, which was a full price game. So I think that with Sonic, unfortunately, with some of the most recent 2D Sonic games have not been $60. So I think that when you look at the re-releases of Sonic Origins, those games, and you look at Sonic Mania was not $60 US, was it? Now you might think, oh well, that's dumb because those ones are like pixel games, and how can you people do compare it like that. I don't know why, but they do, you know, whereas Nintendo, you know, do not drop the price of a lot of their games. Now they do sometimes, they have sales and special offers, and it's the voucher program. And on previous not the Switch, you'll notice not on the Switch, but on previous consoles, Nintendo used to have the what was it called? It was like the cut price versions of the games. What was it called? What were they called again? You know what I mean, right? But they have like a different cover. They're called the Nintendo Selects or something like that. Nintendo Selects. So every console except the Switch has had these. I think it's Nintendo Selects. Hang on, what's happening in the chat? Oh no, I didn't know you was all in the waiting room. What the hell? Oh no, there's a whole load of messages on it. Oh my god. Okay, let me deal with these messages. So yeah, I was gonna say, like, there've been these Nintendo Selects titles on all these different Nintendo consoles. The Switch has not had any of those. We just saw it. The Wii U had it. The 3DS had them. The Wii had them. I think the GameCube had them. DS, they all, but Switch, no, there hasn't been any of them. Mousy has bought a Squirtle plushie. Good stuff. Did you? Are you out shopping? You literally just bought that now. What? Where are you that you just seen a Squirtle plushie? Are you in like a toy store or something? So cute. I agree. And Fuka. Where are these Fuka goddamn? You're making these. Where are these coming from? This one says Ellie. No, you got that from somewhere. Square Enix level of delusions. Sega's out of their minds. Redhead says, hey, Sega Atlas confirmed they wanted Persona 5 Tactical sell on Persona 5 Strikers level sales, and Reload is screwed. Well, they haven't confirmed that. That's just my speculation. Because I don't see why they would make a Persona 5 spin-off and not expect it to at least do as well as Strikers. Why would they make a game thinking with oh, it's going to do worse than our previous spin-off when it's going to be on more platforms at launch? Nah. It's like what Red Hood said, P5 was lightning in a bottle. Well, actually, Red Hood got that from me. I said that. And I've been saying that for like months. So Red Hood got it from me. But yes, that's what it is. I like the character more than the games. Which games are you referring to? A Sonic? Vinnie Mac says, an excuse for a Sonic game the market did not want. Let's blame Mario and come on, what do you mean this is a game the market did not want? And it's not an excuse. Sega admitted it themselves. Those games impacted the sales of Sonic. There were people that, I mean, the game didn't do well, right? But there were people who would be interested in that game. They just released it at the, I think it could have sold more of a better release date. They saw the discourse and just used it as a scapegoat. Who's Dave? I'm in the waiting room. Give me 1 second. Let me just finish these comments. Sega also developed Sonic IP by selling for 60 other 2D Sonic games have been cheap. Right, so that... Okay, yeah, so that's an issue, I think. I think all the previous Sonic games were cheaper. I understand why Sega priced it at $60 because we've had this discourse before, right? There were other 2D games that were released. So we've got two recent... Well, it's a few years. It was several years ago now, right? So when Octopath Traveler 1 was revealed, right? So it was revealed, like, I think at the Switch presentation or whatever. And then we got more details later, and they did, like, the what you call it, the demo thing and everything. And it was like $62. And people going, hell, I don't know if anyone remembers this, right? There was hella discourse and people saying that game was not worth $60. People were going, no, it's a Pixar, it's worth $60, because Square Enix are out of their goddamn minds. That went on for until the game came out. Then everyone stopped. They're like, oh right, okay, this game's actually good. Then that stopped, right? Then several years later, Nintendo released Metroid Dread, a 2D side-scrolling game. When the game was revealed, people were like, oh no, this game, how are they charging $60? It's not worth that. The game came out, it was good, everyone shut up. I think it was even nominated for Game of the Year or something. So, yeah, it was Nintendo Select, that's what I was talking about. You're in Walmart? Would they just be selling Pokemon plushies in Walmart? More Fuka gifts. Pokemon better than Fuka. Fuka better than Pokemon. Okay, what is happening here? Okay, let's bring in Keycare. Oh, come in the way in here. And Red Hood. Welcome. I hope you can hear me.
I can.
Welcome, Keycare. I'm going to have to boost your volume because you sound really low. Welcome, Keycare. Welcome, Red Hood. What would you like to talk about today? Would you like to talk about Sega and their business decisions?
I want to bring a little bit of context about some of Sega's decision because they have said
Can you hear me?
why.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn down this music. Hopefully, it's not too intrusive. Yeah, I can hear you fine. Go ahead, Kiko.
Yeah, they have given before reasons about why they do the stuff they do. Specifically the price. Before, so they have said that the strategy for Sonic, they were like, we are going to sell Sonic at a discounted price, and then focus on discounting even more, and that's how we're gonna get the bulk of our sales. So that was the strategy before, and then after the movie, more or less, maybe the second movie, they're like, we are devaluing Sonic way too much. We don't want that anymore. We are going to start selling it at full price and doing less steeper discounts. They didn't say they're not gonna do discounts. They just said we don't want to do deep discounts.
So they actually made a statement on that. You're saying they said it publicly.
I don't remember when it was. It was before Frontiers. I can tell you it was before Frontiers. But basically, they were like, we don't want to devalue Sonic. We're gonna start selling it at full price from this moment onward.
So
even Origins, was that? I think it was still 40, but I know because they had a digital deluxe.
It was definitely not 60. It was definitely not $60, especially if you just bought the base game and not the digital deluxe one. It wasn't 60.
Yeah, but it was.
Yeah, it was cheaper than that. So even though that's a different style of game, obviously it's a collection of games. I think that the way it's perceived by people that, you know, just the general public who are buying games, right? They still see, oh, it's a new 2D Sonic game. That's the new game. Even though that obviously Origins was a load of old games, but you know, some people haven't played those games. Right? Not everyone played. You know, there's some people who like Red Hood, who didn't grow up with Sega consoles. So yeah, so for some people, and people directly compare them, and then the new game comes out at 60, and yes, Sonic Frontiers was priced at 60, but I think that one for the majority of people is seen as more acceptable because the game is like a big 3D open world game. When you're charging that for a 2D game, people, I think, value it less. You know, you can argue whether that should be the case. It very much depends on the game as well. Like I said, that discourse was around Octopath Traveler when that came out. Even though that game is, it's actually a 3D game. It's just the character sprites are 2D. Everything in that game is rendered in 3D. The character sprites, you know, are a 3D model. Everything's rendered in 3D. All the build, everything. You move around in 3 dimensions. Everything's 3D. But people refer to it as a 2D game, even though it's not really, and said that game was not worth $60 and so, you know. But when it came out, the game sold well, and people were obviously prepared to pay $60 to get it. But I think that now I don't know where, if you could find that quote, that'd be great, Kika. But just to quickly comment on it, I can understand why Sega was saying, well, we're devaluing our IP by doing these deep discounts quickly, and obviously they saw after the success of the Sonic movies. Although you said, I think you said it was after just the first one, but nevertheless, both of them have been successful, and they're like, okay, well, this, you know, our IP is increasing in popularity, and, you know, we shouldn't devalue it. I think the problem is that, I think we've talked about it before, Sonic is a very popular character, but like his games are not as popular as the character, and they are, let's say, an inconsistent quality with the games, and I think that's part of the reason. So I can understand why why Sega is looking around and saying, they're going, hold the phone. Square Enix is charging $60 for their 2D AA games, and hell, Nintendo's been doing it for years. We're charging goddamn 60. Yeah, you know, that's probably what happened. Right?
Maybe, yeah. I just think once Sonic was quickly becoming their money cow, they're like, oh, I think we need to charge more. Because before it was, I think it was Yakuza. I might have to check, but Sonic, before the movie, Sonic was not Sega's best-selling IP.
Right, but when we say best-selling IP, we're including revenue from the movies, from merchandise, and all that stuff, right? It's not like just the games. But like I said, Sonic's more popular in his merchandise and movies and stuff than in the actual games.
Well, no, they give out their sales totals for series, not for games, for series. Sonic was not even close to the other ones until after the movie. Then it quickly became #1.
Right, but were they including revenue from the movies in that? Were they saying IP revenue, or were they saying games revenue?
Game. I'll find this chart again now.
Because if it's include, I mean, it's understandable if it includes the movies as well. But my point is, I can understand why they want to. I mean, obviously their business, they want to charge 60, but why? Like, they're not going to do the deep discount and everything as fast. Now, to be honest with you, I think they're going to have to discount Superstars, do some deep discounts and stuff to get it moving over the holidays. But I can understand why they made that decision as a company. The problem is that they could have done that, but then not doing that and releasing it next to 2 big games is the issue. Like I said, I also, you know, Spider-Man 2, we have to also factor that in, that the platforms where Sonic is going to sell the best is first Nintendo, then PlayStation, then PC, then Xbox. I would say it's in that order. Xbox doesn't sell almost nothing, but I would say it's in that order. So to release it when two of those platforms are releasing their biggest game, right? People are looking that people only have so much time and money. They've got their $60, they've got their $70. Like, oh, I want the new game. Okay, I've got a Switch. Oh, I'm gonna get Super Mario Wonder. I've got a PlayStation 5. Oh, I'm gonna get Spider-Man 2. They're not like Sonic Superstars is not high up on that priority list when it comes to those games. That's a game where people are like, oh, I'll come back to that game when it's cheaper. That's the problem. I think that's what happened anyway, or something like that.
Dang, Sega does not want me to find their old financials. God dang. Because every time I look at financials, they're like, "Oh, you mean the 2023 ones?" And I'm like, "No, I mean the old ones."
It'd be good out there to say, if you can find them, save them, save the PDFs. In the meantime,
I did find an article with the quote I was looking for the price, but when I try to look at the source, it says page does not exist anymore. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Well, I have the quote, but I just don't have the thing.
Do you know what website it was from, or anything like that?
So I got the quote from my Nintendo News, and they're quoting a Sega investor Q&A.
Okay. Well, okay. It's. I'm sure it's. I'm sure they actually probably said that, but it would have been good. It would have been good if we could have seen the quote, but. Okay, I'll read what you have. For the pricing strategy, do you know the date of it? Let us know the date as well. For the pricing strategy, we feel that we are at a point where we need to rethink. For example, for a new Sonic game, as we are focusing on quality and spending a certain amount of money on development, we think it is important to maintain the price by maintaining the value of the IP at a high level, rather than simply lowering the price at an early stage to increase the number of unit sales. So yeah, do you know when they said this, Kika?
The article is quoted January 1st, 2022. They say it's from a Sega Zam investor Q&A. I try to click at the source, but it keeps saying page does not exist anymore.
Okay,
so
well they might have moved it or something. It's okay. So this is nearly 2 years ago.
Delete it.
Yeah, this is nearly 2 years ago, but it doesn't matter. Let's just talk about this quote. So yeah, I can understand they did this after the first. Wait, hang on. When did the second movie come out?
2022.
So this was before that came out, then.
Just right before, yeah, right before.
Okay, it's before the second movie. So yeah, so I can understand why they're saying this in the light of the movie and everything. Like, the problem is, like I said, people don't value the games like they value the IP as a whole when it comes to the movies and the merchandise, because you think to yourself, okay, they literally Sonic had 2 big movies recently, one of which was just last year, and they got really high, was really popular, was really well received, but then we have 2 games that have come out since then, or 2 new games I should say, not including Origins obviously. Sonic Frontiers, which did pretty well, but then the next one that comes out, it's a 2D game, so you wouldn't expect it to do as well as the 3D one, but it doesn't perform well for what it is, like a 2D game. It tanks. So Sega needs to look and say, well, why did this game tank? And I think that the pricing did factor into it. The release timing factored into it. Those were the 2 biggest issues, and I think Sega's probably going to have to discount this. I know there's some Black Friday offers and stuff like that, but I think if they want to move these units, they're going to have to, because this opened with and yeah, Japan isn't the best barometer, but it was 4,000 on physical on the Switch, and then on Steam. I think we looked at the Steam page for this, right? Wasn't it just like a couple of thousand or something? Peak concurrent players. It was very low.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, if you've got two different pieces of data that where it's very low like that, it's unlikely that it's sold gangbusters in the United States. You know, we're going to see the MPD or the Cicada, whatever it's called, and then it's sold gangbusters.
They already put it out for October. It landed number 9.
Oh, they already did it. So it was number 9. So that's what I mean. That's number 9 with all platforms and digital and everything included. Right. So,
yes. I think maybe I don't know if I know they share digital, but
they do
for people that have
on the Switch. Yeah,
third parties that have.
Yeah, so it's up to the third parties whether they want to share digital data or not, including on the Switch.
Okay.
So Nintendo themselves don't share it, but when you look at titles on there, it will say, oh, this company does, this company doesn't. Or sometimes it will say this company doesn't on that platform. For example, there's no digital for that baseball game on the Xbox. That baseball game that what's it called again? That Sony makes. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, there's no.
Oh, MLB the show.
MLB the show, yeah. So that I don't think they put digital for Xbox. So there would be digital. If it says Sega shares digital, then it'd be all their digital, unless it said otherwise. So it's just Nintendo themselves don't share their own digital, but other publishers do for games that are published on Switch. So yeah, it would have included that as well, unless it said otherwise. So that seems pretty low to me for releasing on the 20th and then being not 20th, that's 17th, and then being all like the middle of the month basically, right? So it had its debut sales, couple of weeks, all platforms, digital, including PC, and it's number 9. It's probably not the best. It's unfortunate we don't get actual like numbers from MPD, but yeah, it is what it is. That platform, that performance doesn't strike me as good, Kika.
Yeah, until we get numbers, we shall see. I don't know what their expectations were really high. They were like, we wanted to sell like Frontiers.
Did they actually say they didn't say that? They didn't.
Well, no, they did.
No, Kika, find the quote.
This is what I think, Jody. I'm sorry, but this is why I think that, because, like you said, they're getting big hit. That's why I think that if they think that Tactica is going to sell striker levels, I'm sorry, but Reload is freaking screwed. They think it's going to be P5 levels of success.
I really hope they don't think that. But okay, Kika, find me that quote. They can't have believed that they thought this was going to sell like fun. Why would they think that? Like a 2D game, like I said, except for like the only one that can do that, where the 2D one sells more than the 3D one, is Mario. For some reason, the 2D ones sell way better than the 3D ones. I think because people find them more approachable in terms of like controls and stuff like that. But with Sonic, I think it's the other way around.
It might take a little while because Google is now
okay.
The article.
I can't believe it. Sonic Frontier sold like 3 million, didn't it? How much did Sonic Frontier sell?
3.5.
Say that again, please.
3.5.
3.5. So, oh my God. Okay, so they really thought this was going to sell like 3+ million?
Probably, yeah, or like
What?
2 million, because Frontier sold 2 million in the first like 3 months.
Dude,
like,
I can't believe they thought that.
Well, they're thinking that Persona 5, I mean not 5, 6 is gonna sell 5 million.
Okay,
Whenever that
again,
comes out.
that's some other people. Some people going, oh yeah, for 5 million. Now I don't know if they misread it, but they misread it. I hope they misread it, right? Because Sega's saying in the first year, they're not saying lifetime. Oh, it's going to sell 5 million life. No. They're saying first year. So if you think a game is going to sell 5 million the first year, you think that LTD is going to be even higher than that, right? So you're thinking it's going to be 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 or 10 million. I don't know. They're thinking it's going to be way higher. A game that sells that much. Now, I personally think that that's not going to happen for a variety of reasons. And why I think that's not going to, it's going to sell. I think it's going to sell well. I just don't think, so the expectation they have is that it's going to sell better than Persona 5, because Persona 5 didn't sell 5 million within the first year. So they think it's going to sell better than Persona 5. Now, you can say, well, that should be the expectation for a game that's releasing on more platforms. That's releasing more. Persona 5 was only on I mean, I know it's PS3 and PS4, but I mean, it was only on PlayStation, right? So, and it sold way more on PS4. So, you should say, okay, well, naturally, a game that's releasing on more platforms has the potential to sell more. Yes, it does on paper. Yes, on paper, if it's releasing on more platforms, it's got potential to sell more. That is absolutely true. And, yeah, as a publisher, aiming to release on more platforms makes sense, right? So that's not in question. What's in question is like some of the circumstances why Persona 5 sold so well, right? And I think it's one of those lightning. I do think it's one of those lightning in a bottle things, that of a game overperforming. Another example, because I don't know why I was thinking about this. Another example where something overperformed, where people in their wildest dreams didn't think it was gonna. That they didn't. The creators didn't think that was gonna happen. Was with Pokemon, the very first Pokemon game. If you read the story of how they made that, they almost couldn't make it. They ran out of money. That's why they had to go in with Creatures and Nintendo to finish funding the game. It took them so long to finish it took them years to finish it. They almost didn't finish it. And they managed to get it done, and it was the end of the Game Boy's life. It was the end of the Game Boy's life. They didn't think it was going to sell well. They went. There's like the story of them going out on the day that it released, to go, because it was in the 90s, right? They're going to look around game shops in Japan to see what the interest was in this game, like, because they didn't even think it was going to sell that well. That was 100% a lightning in a bottle situation that I don't think it's ever really been replicated to that extent. There's others that have come and gone and tried and failed. We're listening to Yokai Watch music. Yokai Watch was definitely lightning in a bottle. And they ruined it. Yokai Watch is 100% lightning in a bottle. And the lightning gone, it got out. That didn't work out. So, why I think that now, in saying that, I'm not saying that the next Persona 6 is going to sell. I think it's going to sell well. I think it's going to sell well.
Yeah, and that's assuming the game is better than Persona 5, or at least around the same levels as Persona 5.
I think, right, so I'm not going to question that, because I think Atlus has the potential to make a game that is as good or better than Persona 5. So I don't think they're going to come out with a dud. I don't think that's going to happen. And I just don't think it's going to.
Hackers 2 was a dud.
Yes, but.
Or Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Okay. You calm down, Richard. You calm down. Okay, we're not talking about random spin-offs. Okay, we're talking about Persona, which is I know it's a spin-off, right? But SMT is also a spin-off. So they're all spin-offs of Megami Tensei. Oh, you found it? Okay.
Oh, good.
Super Saiyan Blue Marth. What? That's not Super Saiyan Blue. Yeah, Femboy Friday. Let's bring it back. That's not Marth. That's Furuka.
It's another Q&A from Q1. What are the top titles with largest sales forecast from the upcoming titles?
Okay. Which page is it on? Which page is it on? So I've opened up the PDF.
It's the second one. It's the third question. It says, we have high expectations for Sonic Superstars and titles within both the Persona and Yakuza Like a Dragon series as our key titles for the fiscal year. We expect sales of around 1 million units for our top 7 titles. And in particular, for Sonic Superstars, we want to achieve a similar number of unit sales as Sonic Frontiers.
Oh my god, they actually did say that. Oh my god, what's the
Yep.
date? What's the date on this again, Kike?
Oh.
When did they?
Yep. Well. Yep. Looks
It
like
was
we
the
look screwed.
Okay, this was August. This was this year.
It was Q1. The Q&A from the Q1 results.
Okay,
Yep.
so they said this in August. Okay, I've lost the quote again. Where did it go? Right, hang on. This is it
It's
here. Let me zoom in. Enhance.
The
Enhance.
question.
Let me zoom in so everyone can see. Hopefully, if you look at the share screen. Okay, yeah. So Kike read this out. Where they're talking about Sonic Superstars and You Could Like a Dragon. Okay. And in particular, oh my god, they did say this. We want to achieve a similar number of units.
Yeah, I
as
think I'm
Sonic
losing hope for Reload.
Frontiers. Damn, Kike, I thought you was kind of like, I thought you was capping. I didn't think that was...
Yeah, but whenever Sega speaks about Sonic, we have to listen, because that's the future of our boy. We have to listen to what Sega says, because Sega has their shenanigans, okay?
They had the... Okay, tell me, again, remind me what did Sonic's Frontiers sell in the first? You said it was like 2 million in a month or something?
So for the first quarter, it was actually 1.22 million, but then by the second, by the year end, it was at 3 million. So something happened. It sold.
Okay,
and then the Q1 it
Mhm.
was 3.5. Yeah, it's at 3.5 now. So they probably wanted 1 to 2 million for Superstars.
In the first like quarter or whatever. Holy bleep bleep bleep. They did say that. Yeah, this game ain't getting to 1 million. Not without deep if it has some deep discounts, it may be in 1 million in a year from now.
So they are banking on the holiday, and they are spending the rest of their marketing budget on Superstars.
Dude. Okay, let's look at Steam DB. We need to look at
Steam. So they have faith in Superstars, because they didn't say this about Persona.
Well, they did, but they just didn't talk about Persona. Reload or Tactica.
But at the same time, if they have to say, okay, where are we spending our marketing budget? Are we gonna spread it out? And they're like, no, we're gonna put all our chips in the Sonic basket.
Okay, so I want you to look at this now. This is Sonic Superstars. This game came out in October.
Yeah.
Okay. Currently, there's 61 playing it on Steam. Right? This is the worldwide. We're going to look at the worldwide data for Steam. Look at Steam charts. Right? Okay. So this game,
and they were baffled that it didn't sell well next to Sonic and Mario Wonder.
They were baffled. So this game sold it had a peak concurrent players of 2,820 on 2 months ago when it came out. 24-hour peak of 76. 61 players right now. So what I want to do now is look at Sonic, the other one, Sonic Frontier, and see how that did on PC. Obviously, that PC is not necessarily the main market for Sonic, but let's compare it anyway. So 331 currently in game, much higher Steam like rating, 89.89. It's almost like 90 rated. And let's look at the charts. Big difference here. So it had a peak of 19,881 13 months ago. 24-hour peak of 375 and 331 players right now. So if you saw something like this around when it came out for Sonic, what do we call it, Superstars, then I think it would have had I think Steam is the Steam concurrent players is a good barometer for looking at that, because if like I said, if the Japanese sales are low, I know Sonic doesn't do that well there, but it was low, so low that the PS4 and PS5 versions of the game didn't chart. The Switch version only got 4,000, and it's also low on the Steam chart. The Steam concurrent players was low. And it's also, and I think they're coming on number 9 for like 2 weeks of sales on all the platforms for Sonic Superstars in the NPD is low. So this game did not sell. Now I don't know where Sonic Superstars was in its first like month on NPD, but I'm sure it probably was on number 9. So that game didn't do anywhere near as well as Superstars didn't do anywhere near as well as Frontiers. At least
The
if
thing
we
about
look at
Frontiers also is
Steam.
that it's stuck around the MPD. Like it's
Oh,
stuck
okay,
around
did it?
for,
Right. How long was it around
stuck
for?
around November, December, January,
Really.
and then by February it was like at the bottom, and then it got out. So
Okay, so it was around for a good few months. Which probably is not going to be. I would expect it to be gone next month, to be honest with you.
if the Black Friday sales didn't work, then it will probably be out. If they did work, it might stay in.
It's possible, yeah. If the what is this? What is this? Oh, is it Kamen Rider? Is that what this character is? Well, I don't even know what the hell this is. Fu, welcome, Fu. I guess that's the character you have in your profile picture. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting. I've got to switch this thing all the time. Red Hood has found 2 more Fuka gifts. I don't know where he's getting these from. JF said it went on sale, so no marketing budget for post Persona 5 Tactical. Well, yeah, because they said 90. Well, there's like 90% of. They didn't mean 90% of all their marketing. They meant 90% of the money for Superstars was going to be spent over the holiday. 90% of the marketing.
No.
No. That is
They-
what they said, Kike. That is what they said.
That's fine.
Yeah,
They didn't mean 90%. They didn't mean
that.
they didn't mean 90% of all their marketing budget for all their games and everything. They meant 90% of the marketing budget for Sonic Superstars was going to be spent there. I have the quote right here. Let's have a look at it. What did you say? So it says, but in reality, when the Sonic IP sells the most is mainly in November and December, and more than 90% of this title's marketing will be spent in the Thanksgiving and holiday season from the November onwards. So, of this title, not all of their marketing money for everything, just this title. That's what they said. So, obviously, they had already marketed the game before it came out, but they're going to spend more marketing it. So from now on, well, Thanksgiving already happened, so like now, basically, is what they're saying. Redhead says, "Yeah, I'm calling it Reload this Jova." Redhead, I don't know why you keep saying. I don't think it's gonna. Richard, let me read these comments and I'll ask you to expand on that.
I don't know. With these big-headed execs or whatever, I really think they're hoping for a huge success.
I mean,
despite releasing it in February with a bunch of other games, and the fact that they're not even adding Fancy, and you'd be surprised how much Fancy fans love her so much.
I know.
Even the popular creators on Twitter are like, no, I am not getting it. I refuse.
They're all buying it. Listen, that is just pure
and I'm
cap.
Sticking to it.
That is pure cap. They are all buying that game. I don't listen to them.
I'm being serious.
Listen, you need to listen to me. That is cap. They've already pre-ordered those collector's editions. I'm telling you. Fu says Atlas needs to bring back Trauma Center. Do you know, Fu? That game's that's never coming back. They're not bringing that back. It's dead, gone, buried. You just need to forget about that. It's not coming back.
Alright, I let them know already.
They're not bringing that back. That is a game that relied on like the Wiimote and the goddamn stylus and all this type of thing. They're not bringing that back. It would be nice, but if you want to get those games, you get brand new copies of those games hella cheap. They are so cheap on like eBay and whatever. They're really cheap. If you want to pick those up. I actually haven't done that. I will do at some point since I like collecting. Fu said that would be cool, but let's face it, the franchise died with some grace compared to Soul Hackers 2. Yeah, well, Soul Hackers 2 they hyped up as their third pillar and everything. So I mean.
Yeah, and it died. They
got themselves to blame for that. But it just goes to show it doesn't mean that every game that Atlas makes, even if they slap Persona 5 on the side of it, is going to sell well. J Alpha says it was top 10 in NPD, I believe, in 9th place. I mean, yeah, you mean Sonic Superstars. If P3R and Mentor 4 did okay, not great or bad, would Atlas delay P6 further to make it a masterpiece? Why would they delay? Why? No. They have. I mean, why would they delay it even more? It's been delayed up the wazoo already. I mean, they've never given a release date. Or to be fair, they never had any sort of release date.
They just said when they started making P6. Oh, allegedly. I don't know if they actually confirmed it or not.
I mean, it's kind of obvious when they started making it after, Royal wrapped up, right? So, or around that time. I don't know if it was a separate team.
Yeah, but that's when Reload was being made also.
Yeah, maybe that was a different team that made Royal, I'm not sure. But regardless, it was multiple years ago. It was years ago they started it. So there's going to be a big gap already between the last new entry and Persona 6. So I don't think they're going to delay it to make it a masterpiece. I mean, they will release it when they think it's done, but they're not going to delay it because they're still a company that has to make money and has to answer to investors and stuff like that. So I don't know if the performance of those let's just say hypothetically both of those games bombed, which I don't think they both, well, metaphor maybe, I don't think they both will bomb, but let's say hypothetically they did. I don't think that would make them delay Persona 6 more. It would just
it would probably make them hurry it up.
It might I mean, it could even have the opposite effect, actually, to not to say to rush it, but then to have been like, oh my god, this game, and we need to get it out, it needs to be good. Yeah, so
like great, but also hurry it up.
Yeah. JF also says Professor Layton looks to have some touchscreen features. Trauma Center could return. Do you mean the new one? I guess you mean the new one they're making. Yeah, I would assume they're putting touchscreen stuff in it. It looks from that demo that they showed us that you could play it with touch. It would be odd if they made it and you couldn't play it with touchscreen. The Trauma Center could return. No, J. Arthur. It's possible for the game to return. Touchscreens exist. The Switch has a touchscreen. Mobile phones have a touchscreen. They could bring it back, but I don't think they will. Is what I'm saying. Vinnie Mac says Jody is overestimating the P3R sales, while also acknowledging Japanese sales declines and a cluttered. Clouded?
I mean, that's what I think.
Cluttered? Vinnie Mac, if you could correct that, it says Cluder. I guess you mean what's it, packed or something, like a packed February month, along with RPG dropping quick after a couple of weeks. So you think that I am overestimating the sales of Persona 3 Reload? Okay, so I've said, and I've gone on record saying that the game could sell between 100 and 130,000. Now, I'm only basing that on initial pre-orders, which are strong because people rush out and buy the special editions, especially for, these Atlas RPGs. People rush out and buy these special editions. They can be really over-representative. For the game to do less than 100,000, and we're talking like I showed you some of those previous Persona re-releases, Persona 3 Fairs, Persona 3 Portable were both over 100,000. Persona 4 Golden was almost 150,000. Persona 5 Royal was 200,000. Okay, so obviously the earlier titles didn't have digital. Persona 5 Royal did have digital because the others were I guess the PSP had a digital store. You know what I mean? It wasn't much of a factor, to be honest, right? If you see what I mean. Let me switch over to the Discord screen because Kika is dropping a load of stuff. I'm just showing you what I'm talking about. Let's have a look. What Kika's talking about. So you think so Vinnie Mac, what do you believe the game would sell? I think, like I said, I don't think it's going to overperform. So overperform would be 200,000 plus. I think that would be overperforming. If the game was 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, that would be an overperformance because if you look at what Royal did, first week, 200,000. Persona 5 Vanilla across PS3 and PS4 was
Okay, he's jumping on. He's jumping on. He's in the
of
waiting room right now.
Oh, okay, I'll bring you one. Give me one sec, Vinnie Mac. It was shy of
My
400.
copium is that it's gonna sell okay.
What, in your opinion, is okay? If we're talking about, you can talk about first week sales in Japan, then you can tell us what you think is going to sell like worldwide in the first year, and then you can say like LTD worldwide. What do you think, Red Hood?
Well,
you there?
I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
I can.
West is it's gonna sell more than Japan, and that's because the PlayStation, popularity or whatever is dropping down. Switch is success, and let's not forget, Reload's not coming on Switch, and we got people for the Switch 2.
Mm-hmm.
And just. I mean, I'm not good with numbers. If I have to speculate, like I said, I think the West's going to sell a bit more. How much? I think it's. I'm kind of hoping it would just sell at least okay, or at worst, it's a freaking flop.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my opinion is that it's going to sell okay, but when I say okay, I mean like Persona 4 Golden.
It's not like fantastic what they're hoping, but it's not like.
I mean, if they think it's going to sell like Persona 5, they are tripping, because I don't think it will.
Yeah, that's. I really hope to God that they're not believing, because if it is, it's over. They might as well just And
it's not over. It's just won't. I wouldn't say it's over. It's just not going to sell that. In my opinion, I don't think Persona 3 Reload is going to sell 5 million plus. I just don't. I don't think it's possible.
But if they're hoping for that,
well, we don't know. We don't know that they're hoping for that. Like I said, I think
that's why I'm hoping they don't.
Yeah. I think it will sell fine. When I say fine, I mean Persona 4 Golden fine, right? So 2 plus million LTD. Okay, let's bring in Vinnie Mac.
Also, I'm finished. I got my data. God dang it, Sega.
Yes.
Good.
Vinnie Mac, welcome.
Hey everyone, good Friday. Phenomenal show as always, Jody.
Thank you.
Can I have the floor for a moment? And I promise I'm not going to take up too much of your time.
You can. Do you mind if I go and... Okay. You can. Do you mind if I go and get a drink whilst you have the floor for a second?
What? That would be perfect.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay.
Okay. Please take your time.
Lucas drinking with you, Jody.
So if I may have the floor for a bit. So on today's show, Jody has mentioned that she expects Persona 3 R within the first calendar year to sell 2 to 3 million. She's that confident. So the big hater of Atlas can do no wrong, believes that the remake of Persona 3 Reload, which does not have the full definitive edition, is going to sell 3 million copies in year one. That's what she said on this show. Here's what's coming out between that time frame. And I'm not going to read off anything. I'm not going to read off everything. Just I'm going to read off enough. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, coming out on everything. Last of Us Remastered, January. Apollo Justice, January 25th. Like a Dragon Wealth, January 26th. Tekken 8, January 26th. In February, Grand Blue Fantasy, Persona Reload, Suicide Squad, Jujutsu Kaisen, Helldivers, Tomb Raider, and if you want to toss in the Mario and Donkey Kong that comes out about a week and a half later, but that's what you have. Of course, you have some other games coming out, and then at the end of the month, you have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. If we all agree that the Japanese sales are going down on other platforms, as of right now, what the numbers have told us is that the Switch is a dominant platform. So if you're going to buy a game, probably going to buy it on the Switch with the way the numbers look. Let's pretend everybody else is downloading everything, but if you're going to buy something physical, you're going to buy it on a Switch. We also agree that RPGs are very front-loaded, so they may have 1 to 2 week shelf life before people move on. We are also agreeing that Persona 3 Reload is not the definitive edition. We are kind of forgetting that all of us just played Persona 3 portable just earlier this year. We just all played that. So all of us kind of know the Persona 3 story. I'm not seeing
And
how
it's
this
not
game
an
is going to be
FF7.
sold. I'm sorry.
And it's not going. And if their Atlas is telling the truth that if the story's going to be the same, it's not going to be an FF7R, despite half the audience expecting it or wanting it to happen. And yes, I can confirm. I've a lot of comments.
I agree with that. If this is going to be a beat by beat story, just with a different script, some extended cutscenes, but just a different script, I'm not sure how we can expect Persona 3 Reload to sell. Even if everybody has all the money that they want. Now, everybody's not going to have an exorbitant amount of money either. So people with smaller budgets, they're not going to be able to play everything. So even the games you want, you may have to wait. I'm not sure how we're going to get 2 to 3 million year one. This game will be lucky to sell maybe 250,000, maybe 500,000 copies in the first year. I think come second quarter, nobody's going to be talking about Persona 3 Reload. Everybody that wanted to play the game would already play the game. And the only reason why any sales would tick up is because there's going to be a massive discount. I don't see it. So if anybody can prove me wrong, that's one of the reasons why I'm saying that we are overestimating these sales. I'm taking a look at the games coming out during that time frame. You have a lot of different games that cater to a lot of different tastes. You really have to be a Persona 3 fanboy girl, whatever, to ignore everything that comes out before and everything that comes out after to say you're going to buy this, be there for first month, first week, and get you over to that 2 million finish line. I just don't see it. I see this game maybe if there's a Switch port, maybe down the line, 500,000, if that.
What?
And that's with all conditions perfect.
What?
Perfect marketing, a 10 out of 10 score, everything being perfect.
Oh my God!
I was saying,
and let's not forget, it's $70.
Well, okay, there's that as well. Okay, all right. I'm not going to pretend that price is not going to be a factor. But what you just said about 500,000, Vinnie Mac, you are way lowballing. Like 500,000 LTD? Are you being serious?
No. Year one.
Year one. Well, even that would be that would be an underperformance as well. If it was like, because if it's 500,000 in the first year, then you're not even gonna get there's no way it's gonna sell that low of any.
So you have all these great experiences happening around the same time. You don't think there's going to be more great experiences happening up to Metaphor? So what you're saying is that this game, Persona 3 Reload and Metaphor, are going to be selling side by side.
I mean, eventually they will, because Metaphor will
No. You don't. You know what? You know what I mean. At some point, the sales of P3 need to continue on as Metaphor is selling as well, and that's not going to happen. So most people would either already have Persona 3 Reload, or they're just saying, you know what? I already played that game. I'll wait for the new experience, and I'll just play Metaphor.
Well, okay, but I mean, they're making the assumption they'd be the same, largely the same audience. I mean, granted, it probably is, but
so they're both going to cater to the same audience, but I don't believe the same audience is going to buy both.
You don't.
No, I am going to play this game. I use GameFly, so I am going to play this game, but I'm going to get this game via GameFly. So you're going to have a lot of people who are going to play this game through other means, Game Pass, subscriptions, other things. So the game is going to be played by a lot of people. It's just not going to be played in terms of units bought.
I think
that's what I'm saying.
I think the price tag is going to be off-putting for some people. I'm not going to say it's not. I think some people won't be able to swallow that $70. And then if you look at where the game likely to sell the most would be on PlayStation, and there it's going to be $70. On Xbox, it's going to be in Game Pass. So there's not going to be, much sales there because it's in Game Pass. And in Steam, PC. The Persona games, I don't do crazy well. The only one that did like really super well was Persona 4 Golden initially, because that was $20 and it was the first one that ever released on PC. I think that's what happens with that one. I think the biggest impacts for Persona 3 Reload, I have to list them off, not necessarily in order. The $70 price. No Switch version, releasing in a crowded window where there's other similar games vying for attention, like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the Xbox marketing that you're marketing, especially in the West, like worldwide, like an Xbox exclusive, where it's just not going to perform well there. I think those are some of the main factors. That could impact it, but even with all those things considered, I still don't think the game is going to underperform.
So you think in that week, forget Final Fantasy, everybody
Why
on the list.
I need to forget about Final Fantasy? Yeah, no.
all hit the lottery.
You can't
have the money.
Hold up. We can't take Final Fantasy off the table.
Yes, we can.
No,
because
we can't.
Here's why. Yes, we can. Here's why. And I'm going to explain my argument. Here's why. In that week alone, you have Apollo Justice. That's the Switch game. Pixel.
Nobody cared about no goddamn Apollo Justice remaster.
Listen. You have like a Dragon, January 28th. Tekken 8, January 26th. Rugby, who cares about that? And then that next week, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink for Persona 3 Reload. And then for the American market, because again, this is a worldwide release. It's released all over the place. You have Suicide Squad and Jujutsu Kaisen. So just that week alone, you're seeing that Persona 3 Reload is going to push through all that.
But this is what you can do. This is what you can do right off the bat. You need to knock these off, right? In terms of they ain't going to do anything of any note, right? Jujutsu Kaisen, get rid of that. Right, that's not gonna have.
Don't doubt that.
That's not gonna. It's not.
Don't
That's not.
doubt.
No. Don't even try. Don't even try. I don't have it. That goddamn Jujutsu Kaisen Arena Fighter is not gonna do anything. All right, it's not. Okay.
It's gonna be something.
It's not gonna do any. It's not. Oh my god. It's not gonna have any. Listen, I'm telling you. You need to listen to me. I'm telling you that Jujutsu Kaisen, like. Arena Fighter doesn't even look like it was made that well. It's not going to do well. Okay, it's not Cyber Connect 2. These are goddamn people who made that My Hero Academia one that I didn't like it. But anyway,
Uncharted.
I don't care. Okay, so you've got Jujutsu Kaisen. Get rid of that. I ain't doing nothing. Suicide Squad. Get out of here. Everyone's cold on that game already. It's a live service game. Nobody gives a flying F.
It is a worldwide release.
I know it's worldwide. No one gives a flying F. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this. You all need to like start. Get ready for the grieving process now. Grand Blue Fantasy Remake is going to underperform. All right. It's just. There's many factors. I won't go into it now. There's many factors, including how long they've taken to develop that game from when they announced it in like 2016 or whenever it was. That it's been too long. The IP is cooled off. No one. They're trying to make it appeal in the West. I think there's just been other games that have come out that have superseded it, that have done better. I don't think nobody ain't asking for no goddamn Grand Blue Fantasy remake, right? So. Don't worry about that, okay? Now, can that impact Persona 3 Reload, that particular game? That particular game can. I think they can cannibalize each other. But I think that Persona 3 Reload would come out on top of... Because nobody gives a flying bleep 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 about Grand Blue Fantasy, the IP. Nobody cares about that IP. Right? I'm sorry to say it, but they just don't. Alright? Especially in the West window, hardly anyone knows about it. How popular is Grand Blue Fantasy Versus? How popular is that the original browser game or whatever? Can you play that in the West? I'm not even sure.
Here's the thing where you're wrong at. Here's the thing where
It's
you're
an
wrong
anime. Nobody cares about goddamn anime.
Even though you may be saying that Grand Blue Fantasy may not be popular in the West, there is still an English dub and anime. There's still
I know there's an anime. I know there's an anime.
Two fighting games of the game.
Which is niche. That fighting game's goddamn niche. It's niche, man. There ain't it's not out here selling millions and millions. That game is niche. The Grand Blue Fantasy.
But again, this is a new experience as opposed to Persona 3
Right.
Reload.
So I think it's Side Games that makes it. Side Games, they said the whole point of them making Relink in a new genre as a console game was to appeal to make the IP bigger in the way. That was the whole purpose of it.
Like Persona 3 Reload.
Persona 3 Reload, I don't use it. It's a cash grab. I mean, in my opinion.
Okay, so both games are doing the same thing.
It's a cash grab in the sense that they're not. People wanted a remake of Persona 3, yes, because they wanted a definitive version. That's not what they're doing. They're just making a basic ass version, making it like the original, but more in the style of Persona 5 because they think that's gonna make it sell like Persona 5.
Of extra content.
Which I don't know. I don't know what that. But okay. I think that Grand Blue Fantasy is not going to do that. It's not going to do what Side Games want. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Okay. I could be wrong about that.
Well,
but you saying that
Tekken 8 and like a Dragon.
Tekken 8, I think, in terms of people only having so much money because all those games are coming out near each other, yes, there's an impact. But Tekken 8 is a fighting game, and I don't think there's much crossover with just a pure RPG. Fighting games typically don't sell like crazy gangbusters numbers. Okay. And the other one, like
a Dragon.
Like a Dragon is probably the one that's gonna would have the most impact on Persona 3 Reload sales in my opinion. There's just too much there's a hell of crossover. There's that and obviously Rebirth, but Rebirth is a bit further away. I think because it's so close, and they definitely have an overlapping audience, especially now since Like a Dragon 7, so many more people have been onboarded and like the turn-based style of the game. Persona 3 Reload is a turn-based JRPG. They share without a doubt, they share an audience. I think.
So JCat, the host of the YouTube channel, The Game Corner Shop, is willing on December 1st stand on her flag and say that Persona 3 Reload is going to push through all these brand new experiences.
Did I just say that?
Grand Blue Fantasy, who cares about that game? That game's gonna flop. Like a Dragon, maybe.
No, I didn't say that's not what I said. You tested my words, man. You tested my words.
Apollo Justice, people played that game, so no one's gonna buy that.
Nobody care about no goddamn Apollo Justice.
Supersized Squad, yes, I understand it's Rocksteady, but that's not gonna do anything either. So out of those experiences, Jujutsu Kaisen, I don't care about those characters. I don't even like the show. But out of all those experiences, Persona 3 Reload is gonna bust through. That's what you're gonna plant your flag.
Oh my god!
Stand on it, Cat. Is your show safe?
That's not what I said at all. What the hell?
Committed.
Oh my god!
Reload is gonna outperform all these other
No,
experiences.
I didn't say it was going to outperform those games. I'm saying, I thought you were asking, how much of an impact will those games have on Persona 3 Reload sales?
Right.
Not when it sell more than all of those other games.
So in the long run, Persona 3 Reload is going to outsell all of them. But on launch week, who knows? It's a toss-up. Is that what you're saying?
Persona 3 Reload could outsell Tekken 8. I don't know what Tekken franchise normally sells. It's like a 1 or 2 million. It's Listen, I'm sorry, but I know I keep bringing up this goddamn Apollo Justice. Ain't nobody care about no goddamn 3DS remasters. Why do you keep bringing it up? Nobody care about no goddamn 3DS masters. It's not going to do remasters. It's not going to do anything. I know why you keep bringing that up. All right, okay? Forget about Apollo Justice, okay? Forget about that, right? And then what was the other one you said? You said Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. In my opinion, and I have been saying this for like a year, I I think that game is going to underperform. It's not going to achieve what the Cygames wants, which what they want is it for to be worldwide, for the IP to be big, right? Worldwide, not just in Japan where the browser games, or the mobile game. There's a browser game and a mobile game, where they even those have dropped in popularity. They want that to be worldwide. That's the purpose of the game. Now, I think that the reason for that is that it's just been way too long of when they announced this game, it going through development hell. Don't forget, Platinum Games was on this game like years ago, and they pulled them off of it. That's how long this game has been in development for. It's been in development hell for years. And I think in that time, I think it missed the boat. I think there's other games in like an anime style that have superseded it, that have gone on to do really well, probably better, that have filled that void, like Genshin Impact, like Tales of Arise, to a lesser extent the turn-based MiHoYo games. I think that is all those things are going to factor in. To also the fact that IP is largely unknown. The purpose of this game is to make Wembley Fantasy, the IP, more popular. The IP is unknown. So just looking at it and saying, well, people are going to buy it based on the aesthetic. Like I said, there's other games that have come out since that game was announced that do that better, in my opinion.
I'm not saying you're wrong. My argument is Persona 3 is so in that week, because that's going to be a very interesting, fun week to analyze sales. Because you got a lot of stuff going on at the same time. And what it sounds like you're saying is that during this launch week, with Jujutsu Kaisen at the end, Persona 3 Reload is going to be number one.
Persona 3 Reload will outsell Jujutsu Kaisen, yes.
No.
But you're saying
there ain't no way. There ain't no way that it's possible that Persona 3 Reload can't outsell some goddamn Jujutsu Kaisen crusty arena fighter, okay? You're making no sense. If that's what you're saying, Kike, you've lost the plot.
I don't know, if Tactic got its butt kicked with the remake of Mario RPG, I could definitely see it.
Right, but that oh my god. That is, it's
Tactic as a new experience.
It's Sega and Atlus's
the remake.
True, it's Sega and Atlus's own doing. Why that? Again, they should not have released that game next to Super Mario RPG. That was dumb as hell. Okay, and the circumstances around that game, but the fact that it was announced at the same time as Reload. The marketing for Reload started before Tactica was even out. All of that stuff. I'm sorry, the Xbox marketing is having an impact. I didn't think it was going to have initially, but it seems like it is. Listen, I'm not saying that Ace Attorney doesn't sell well, but Vinnie Mac's saying, some crusty ass 3DS remasters are going to impact Persona 3 Reload. And I'm like, no, it's not. I don't.
Well, wait. So stop. Your whole methodology of the Kirby barrier is because some crusty ass game overperformed.
Yeah, there's the operative word. Overperformed. It overperformed. Yes, it overperformed.
Okay. So I don't understand why Ace Attorney on the Switch, when we all agree that PlayStation sales are going down, why this game, Persona 3 Reload, is going to do better than a Switch game. If we all agree,
you don't understand why Persona 3 Reload would do better than goddamn Ace Attorney remasters.
I'm not saying
what,
but I'm saying compared to everything. Again,
I don't know what the hell is going on if Persona 3 Reload can't outsell goddamn crusty 3DS remasters. I don't know what the hell is going on in this world if that is not possible for that to happen. No, Vinnie Mac, come on. No, oh my god. Why are we even talking about Ace Attorney?
You are the Atlas hater, and you are the biggest Atlas fan right now.
What the hell? You in the same sentence you called me an Atlas stan and an Atlas hater. Which one is it, Vinnie Mac? Which one is it?
You are traditionally an Atlas hater.
I've never said I've hated Atlas, and I'm not an Atlas simp. I'm a Neutral.
Oh, okay. I just read you 8 games that are coming out during that time, and you discounted all of them.
No.
And said that out of all those experiences,
You're asking me,
Persona 3
okay.
Reload is going to be the best one.
Is your question, is Persona 3 Reload going to sell the best out of the list? Or is your question, are those games going to impact Persona 3 Reload sales?
My question is this. On the Famitsu chart, is Persona 3 Reload going to outsell all of them for that launch week?
Okay, so what is launching in the same week again? Is it Like a Dragon 8 and
Persona 3 Reload is number 1, and everything else is below it. So
hold
Persona
on. What
3
else?
Reload is number 10, and everything else is below it.
So, Like a Dragon 8 and Persona 3 Reload will be in the same sales week, right? I'm not sure. They'll be in the same sales week. Right, okay. In my opinion, Like a Dragon 8 will outsell Persona 3 Reload.
Okay. So let's just make up some numbers here.
First week sales in Japan.
Say that
I would say that's a pretty easy.
Is number 1, and you're saying that Persona 3 is going to be the number 2, and then everything else is going to be fighting for third place.
I don't know what else is coming out that same week. Like it's going to be there in the same sales week. But if those 2 games are coming out, like those games that are going to sell tens of thousands, they're going to be at the top of the chart because that's the way the chart is. The chart's not like the barrier of entry to get to number 1 isn't that high. So split, and they're going to be split across. They're both going to be split across PS4 and PS5. So you're going to end up with like the PS. Well, maybe it'd be the PS4 version of Like a Dragon 8, then the PS5 version of Persona 3 Reload, then the PS5 version of Like a Dragon 8, and then the PS4 version of Persona 3 Reload. It's going to be like that, something like that, because it's split.
What does everyone else think?
Whoa! What are you writing there, Redhead? The hell?
Hey, I was just saying. I definitely think it's possible that Ace Attorney remaster ports can easily, I wouldn't say outshine, maybe take, be like, here you go, here's this or something. I don't know.
Right, thanks for the list, Funny Mac. I like that character in Final Fantasy.
Because I'm not going to forget that Soul Hackers 2, even though it got announced and then later released the same year, despite with its issues, some Switch and blah blah blah, and also let's not forget when Xbox did the announcement, everyone, and I mean a lot of people were like, "Screw Soul Hackers 2, these remaster ports, I am so excited." And also Royal got released 2 months after everything now.
I know.
So I definitely think there's a possibility of that happening.
Okay, so you think that so when but we're talking about Persona 3 Reload, okay, and its performance. So you think that, I definitely think that the other games it's releasing next to are going to impact the sales of Persona 3 Reload. It depends on how much and which ones I think can impact the most. I think the ones that will have the most impact will be Like a Dragon 8 and, even though it's at the end of the month, Rebirth. And I think to a lesser extent, what's it called? Granblue Fantasy Relink, possibly, but I think that I honestly think Persona 3 Reload would affect that one more, in my opinion, because it's you might as well call it almost an unknown IP in the West, even though the IP's been around for a long time and there's the fighting games and everything. I think just Persona is more of a known entity, but you're saying that. Sorry, can you repeat your thoughts, Red? Sorry, I've forgotten what you said. Are you there?
Well, I already said it earlier.
Please repeat it for my benefit.
Yeah. What?
Please repeat what you think about Persona 3 Reload.
Well, I only said earlier was just that I definitely think there's going to be some shining by Ace Attorney Remaster, because like Soul Hackers 2, even with all of its issues, it got screwed over once. Xbox announced that the remaster ports of P3, 4, and 5, not only get remasters for Xbox, but also coming on every system, and everyone talked about that. So
I
hackers
know,
know.
I know. I know that Atlas shot themselves in the foot with that. Yes, and I said that at the time. You probably remember me talking about that.
I probably didn't.
The Ace Attorney remasters, man. Listen, I'm glad they're remastering those games. Right? I'm glad Capcom is not. Unlike some certain companies, I'm not leaving those games trapped on the 3DS. Right? I'm glad they're doing that, but I do not think those remasters are going to impact like Persona 3 Reload. Right? Ace Attorney is like an investigation visual novel type game, like a point and click. I just don't see, like, I think they will sell decently. I actually think they will do well, because those games have been gone for how long. They won't, you can't. There's no other way of buying them. Thanks Nintendo shutting down their goddamn 3DS eShop. But yeah, there's you can't get them. In fact, I bought those games on the 3DS. I didn't even bloody play them. But anyway, yeah, I think they will sell decently, but will they impact Persona 3 Reload? I doubt it. I just don't see it personally. You're talking about those games where they're gonna sell best on the Switch, the Ace Attorney games, and Persona 3 Reload is not on the Switch. So I just think the impact will be minimal, because ain't nobody caring about buying a goddamn Ace Attorney on PlayStation, man. They just don't care. And Xbox, I don't even know why they're releasing it on there. Xbox wants to pay them. No, they just not. They just, those games, they. Keycard drops out. This is my opinion. I just don't see it. Right. Let me look at that list that Finimac had.
All right, so you just proved on today's show that you were the biggest Atlas stan.
What?
Because I didn't talk about fantasy. I did not talk about Final Fantasy. I did not talk about Overlord Unicorn. I did not talk about that game. I did not talk about Eiyuden Chronicles, the 100 Heroes.
It's not
I
even
didn't
called
talk about
that. Overcon Unicorn.
So Persona 3 is not going to last on the top 10 in 3 weeks. It's going to be on the top 10 for 2 weeks, and it's going to be kicked off.
Okay, on the
Famitsu in the first year.
On the Famitsu chart.
I'm just saying, the numbers and the experiences don't match Persona 3 doing well. It needs to out-review everything else for that to get the spotlight, and I don't see that happening.
No, I don't see that happening either. It's releasing an extremely crowded period, and the $70 thing is going to put a lot of people off from what is and what definitely looks like a AA game. It's going to put people off.
Well, to be fair, like a Dragon is $70. Grand Theft Fantasy, if you want to get the PlayStation 5 version, correct me if I'm wrong, I also think that's $70 on that system.
I'm not sure.
Suicide Squad is definitely $70.
But yeah, I mean,
Grand
it's
PS4, PS5, PC.
Is it 70 or is it 60? Do you know?
I don't know. I have to look that up.
Well, yeah. I mean, regardless, I think that yes, Like a Dragon will also be 70. I think that price would have less impact on. I don't know. It's because it's got this semi-realistic graphics that people will be more accepting. I feel like people will be more accepting of that than. I mean, like a kind of more anime style game where. I mean, it looks like a AA game. It doesn't look like anything. It doesn't look impressive in any way. I think if it was $60, it wouldn't. I don't know.
I think that's what it is. It's 60.
One Blue 60. Yeah, I think just 70 is just like a big ask.
I'm trying to look at. It seems.
Yeah, Grand Blue Fantasy PS5 is 60.
At 60, okay, so they decided not to. That's good. They decided not to increase. I guess because they announced it so long ago and it's developed for PS4.
So that's my argument. So nobody cares about Grand Blue Fantasy until now. It's between a $70 game and a $60 game.
Granblue Fantasy isn't popular in the West. I mean, that's just a fact.
Sure,
Like
but it
I
is
said,
a brand new experience.
the purpose of the game was to make it popular in the West. In
Sure,
terms of brand new experience,
like all games.
in terms of a brand new experience, you're referring to the fact that Reload is a remake. Is that what you mean?
The story beats are the same. Yes.
Remake as in
And the fact that we just got
thing.
E3
Yeah.
portable on everything. We just got that this year.
Okay, yeah. So
Which is, I wouldn't be surprised if, ironically, if it was a FF7R situation, would have been better. I mean,
you keep saying this, like, okay, maybe they put new endings. I doubt it because there's extra work, and it doesn't seem like they're putting
I know, but I was just
extra
saying
content into the game. I doubt it because they would have announced it by now. I don't think they're putting extra content into the game. No.
There is extra content in the game.
Yeah, but he means brand new
retelling of the story. It is a retelling of the
brand
story.
new.
He means brand new endings. That's what he's talking about. Brand
new ending to a sequel game.
Yeah,
there is no happy ending, Red Hood. It still needs to end the same way.
I don't.
I don't care if it ends the same way or not. I'm there no matter what. And yes, I do understand. Will it piss people off if it happens? Definitely. But given half the audience wants to keep it the same, other half the audience doesn't. You know, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't.
So I don't think they put in extra endings because that's a lot. There's a lot of extra work, and I think they would have announced that by now if there was going to be new endings to the game. They've put out a lot of information about the game, and I don't actually think they're doing that. I think it's going to be what they said, a fairly faithful remake with a little bit of extra things, but like brand new endings, I doubt it. And then what was the other stuff he said? Yeah, so it's a remake. It's not a new game, but it's going to be a new game to a lot of people because a lot of people didn't play the original PlayStation 2, and some people didn't play Persona 3 Portable. Now, the thing that obviously is a factor is the fact that they decided to release Persona 3 Portable before this one. You know, so what the hell, Mousy? What is that supposed to be me? And it's off. They are frauds. How's this not? It's not even a lie. This is a fact. What? I'm giving Mousy J points. Oh my god, Mousy's drawing pictures of me. I'll show it on the screen.
I mean, it's kind of true though.
She is right, though. She is right because week after
why is there so many reactions?
You cannot wait to talk crap about Atlas week after week after week.
No, that is a gross exaggeration.
This week, Persona 3 Reload is going to outsell all these brand new experiences. Persona 3 Reload is going to be better.
All right, let's list them off. Which ones I think Persona 3 Reload will outsell? Jujutsu Kaisen, Arena Fighter, yes.
Okay.
Apollo Justice, goddamn 3DS remasters, yes. Granblue Fantasy Relink, yes. I'm sorry, that game's gonna get stomped on. Like a Dragon 8.
Japan only sales, right? Japan only sales you're talking about?
Oh no, I was talking about worldwide. Let me do worldwide and then do Japan after. What was the other one?
Suicide Squad.
Like a Dragon 8. No, I don't know what the previous one was. I got a feeling it won't outsell that. No.
Suicide Squad.
No, that one's difficult because a lot of people are not feeling that game.
You know the answer. You know the answer. Just say the answer, then we can move on to the next game.
I think a lot of people aren't feeling that game. I mean, what did Gotham Knights sell?
Suicide Squad is going to stomp all over Persona 3
What?
Reload.
What did Gotham Knights sell?
It is the last game for Rocksteady in 10 years.
Hold up. What did Gotham Knights sell?
That's not Rocksteady.
I don't care. It's the same. It's the same goddamn publisher in the same goddamn universe. What did it sell? And it's the most recent one of those DC games. It's the most recent DC. I don't care if it's not Rocksteady. It's the most recent DC game. People weren't feeling that one either. Well, how much is that? I'm gonna look that up right now. I have to look it up.
I don't even know how much Gotham Knights sell.
See, that's a game that came out.
Release date, it sold well in the UK, but after that, that's it. The whole thing dropped. So
sales. I'm gonna spell it like that.
Suicide Squad.
I'm in the middle in that
Numbers.
situation.
Let me see. Oh
Suicide
man, there's no
Squad is gonna
goddamn
take over the
numbers.
conversation during the week.
There's no numbers. We only have the number
Yeah,
of
so it's
physical
probably
sold in the first
bomb.
week during the release in. I guess it was the second best-selling game in the first week of its release in the UK. In Japan, the PlayStation 5 version of Gotham Knights sold 3,125 physical copies during its week of release, making it the 13th best-selling retail game of the week in the country. Right, so that is a complete and utter bomb. But obviously, it's predictable that would bomb in Japan. I can't see. I'm just looking at Wikipedia. I can't see. Like, I don't think WB. It was high on Sakana. How high?
Are you really making the argument that Persona 3 Reload is going to do better than Suicide Squad?
I don't know. I don't know what the sales potential of that game is. I know a lot of people aren't feeling it though because it's a lot. I don't care if it's Rocksteady. It's not a single player adventure game like Arkham, like the Arkham games. It's a they've literally they've made a live service game, a multiplayer live service game where they've designed it to be played with other people. And if you try, I think you can play it with yourself with AI maybe. Personic, no, it won't.
I think they confirmed yes.
He guesses that Sonic Superstars will do better than Persona 3 Reload. No, it
I
won't.
cannot believe
That game has already
it.
game has flopped. That game, I don't even think it will reach 1 million.
He was joking. He's joking.
Oh, is he joking?
I think so. If he actually does believe it, I'm gonna have to call BS on that.
See, even you admitting that's BS. Good.
Yeah, I think it's gonna do somewhat okay, but I don't think it's gonna do nearly as bad.
He said I'm not joking.
Oh.
He just said I'm not.
Well, let's come back a bit. Let's come back a bit. You honestly believe that Persona 3 Reload is more anticipated than Suicide Squad, the first game from Rocksteady? Is that really what you're saying?
Suicide Squad isn't very anticipated. It got poor reception. It got poor, like when they first showed it. It got poor reception. It got poor, like, you know, yeah. Nobody was feeling it. It was just like, and then they went back. The game got delayed. They delayed the game. It was going to come out
in the North
this year.
American market on the MPD, you were saying that Persona 3 Reload is going to sell more than Suicide Squad.
In that same month.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't see that happening. I don't think it'll outsell sorry, not Gotham Knights. Oh my god. I'm tired. What's the name of the game again? Suicide Squad. I don't think it'll outsell Suicide Squad in the first week on Sakana. For the United States, no.
All right, so come month 2. So let me see. So we're talking about February.
Month
comes out.
2,
So in March.
it's going to drop.
In March.
Now, I could be mistaken, and it could, and Suicide Squad could be a big live service success, right? But in terms of sales potential, Suicide Squad has the potential for longer legs because it is a live service multiplayer game, whereas Persona 3 Reload is just a single player game, and JRPGs are just extremely fun loaded, and it's just going to drop off in month 2. That's all.
Suicide Squad is going to dominate the conversation until Final Fantasy 7 comes out, and then Final Fantasy 7 is going to dominate the conversation.
Have you seen
At no point is Persona 3 going to dominate any conversation.
Have you seen in Red Hood's? In these goddamn weirdo circles he's in, he's dominating his circles, but everyone else, not Persona weirdos, not Persona, not Neo Persona weirdos, but everyone else, it won't dominate. No. Okay, so Mousy. Okay, so I got on the screen here. Hopefully you can. I think the Discord's on. So J. Arthur's got the October 22 MPD, and Gotham Knights was indeed number 2, below Call of Duty, and above FIFA 23, Madden 23, NHL 23, and Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. Above all of those.
Thank you, J.
And casuals. Okay, so it debuted fairly high. I think that Suicide Squad has a higher sales potential than Persona 3 Reload. I already said this because Persona 3 Reload is going to be extremely front loaded. It's not going to have legs. It won't have any legs.
So then, if it doesn't have legs, then how's it going to hit 2 million copies?
Well, that's the issue, right? I said the sales potential, the potential with the information we have now would be 2 million. I don't know if it can hit that, but I mean, like I say, there was circumstances with like discounts and things in the future. Could it hit 2 million?
Okay.
It's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think that if the game sold less than Persona 4 Golden, that would be a giant L.
How much did Persona 4 Golden sell for first week?
Oh, first week in Japan, it was like 100 something thousand. But I mean, LTD, lifetime LTD for that game is like 2.5 million. It's hard to get the. Hang on.
So Persona 3 Reload is not going to hit that either.
Sorry. What I mean is, when I say that, I mean the Vita sales before it came out on Steam and other platforms. Vita's the reason I'm looking at the. I'm looking at the initial sales, not the re-releases when it was way cheaper, right? I'm talking about the initial sales that was on the PlayStation Vita. Sorry, I should clarify that. Which was at least 2.5 million. I'm going to have to look it up. I'm not sure what it was. Persona 4 Golden PS Vita total sales numbers. And I think it was like 2.5 million. So, okay, this is 1.5 million. Was it 1.5? I thought it was like 2.5. Hold up. Digital copies. On the PS Vita, sold 324,000 physical copies and 21,000 digital copies. They must have released that sales information because it's got digital copies on here as well. And they got it from Game Data Library though. Where did they get it from? From the Famitsu sales. They didn't get digital though. As in up to 704,000 copies sold for the PS2 and Golden Vita versions in Japan. So they put both of them together. The PS2 and Vita versions. Worldwide, Persona 4 Golden ultimately shipped 1.5 million copies on the Vita. The 2020 Windows release of Persona 4 Golden on Steam became such a success. Sold at over 500,000 units worldwide in a month. You need to bear in mind though, yes it did, but that game was like $20 when they released it. So it's a no-brainer to buy that game. The Sega stated that its sales were much stronger than they expected, and they would continue to promote porting older games of theirs to PC. On June 30th, 2021, Atlus announced that the PC version of Persona 4 Golden had reached 1 million. So is that like a year later or something? 2020, bringing Persona 4 Golden sales to 2.5 million worldwide across platforms for Vita and PC platforms. That's before they released it on, PlayStation 5 and Switch and so on. So yeah, I was mistaken. I thought it got to 2.5 million copies on the Vita alone. It didn't. That was PC and so it was 1.5 million copies on the Vita. Yeah. I still think like 2 million, but that would be like LTD all platforms. Okay, so was I showing the wrong screen? Oh, it doesn't matter, I wasn't showing that screen. Anyway, I read off what I saw on Wikipedia. Kika is going out with he's getting all these financial data and all this stuff. Okay, before the movie, I guess you mean okay, so this is from, I don't know what year this is from, but anyway, so before the Sonic movie. So it says Persona 1,200,000. I guess that's like 1.2 million units. 1.2 million units. Persona 4 the Golden, Persona 5 Royal. And then approximately 800,000 units for Sonic. After movie, Sonic series. Persona series. Okay, so you're saying it's above it. But this isn't total sales though. This is just for that year. It's just for that year. It's not total sales though. You're not comparing the same data. Units of sales of major IPs, but these are in those financial years, those quarters. The other one you showed me was wasn't this LTD? No, results of Q1 per series. Okay, Q1 per series. The other one you showed me, those aren't all those. Those are just the Q1s of those financial years of the series, not those individual games. I don't think that's like the same comparison of the same data, but I get what you're saying, that the the sales of Sonic games improved after the movie. Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that, but I don't think that Sonic is king. Well, I don't agree with that. That Sonic is not king. So that's not correct information. There's no data that says Sonic is king of anything. So that part is a no. You know, I just realised that music stopped ages ago. I got so distracted by Vinnie Mac's interrogation, I forgot the goddamn music stopped.
I was just saying, today she switched flags and became the biggest Atlas fan.
I'm not an Atlas stan. What the hell?
You said today that Persona 3 Reload will be either the #1 or #2 spot when it launches.
It will, because it's going to sell tens of thousands. Even if it flops, and sold 50,000, it will still be at the top of the chart, because the barrier of entry to get to the top of the Famitsu chart is low, man. So it will be at the top.
I am hoping that Ace Attorney outsells P3. I am hoping that happens.
Okay, I don't think it will, but let's because I don't know what the previous remaster sold. So let's look up Ace Attorney. I've got Attorney with a U. No. ATTORNEY. UI.
ATTORNEY.
That looks wrong. In fact, it's telling me it's wrong. Okay, it's got an E in it. There we go. Okay, let's look up Ace Attorney. Why do you keep posting Fuka gifts? Because Red's lost his goddamn mind. That's why. Okay, so let's look at this release date. Okay, so that one's not obviously not out yet. So you've lost your mind. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, right? First week on Switch is 14,000.
There you go, J2.
Right, 14,000. On PlayStation 4, 3,470. Okay, so this sold like 20,000 first week. Now,
what was Ace Attorney 7 or Ace Attorney 6, the last game that came out?
The last like brand new one would be Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. No,
it would be Spirit of Justice was the last one.
Spirit of Justice. What are these other ones here? Are these just These must be like, okay, these are like best price version. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Is that a new one? The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Anyway, that was 60,000. That was 60,000 first week. The Great Ace Attorney. Okay, hang on, sorry. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice was 197,000.
Wow, 197,000. Last brand new Ace Attorney game. So
Persona
3 is gonna outdo that.
Well, that wasn't okay, but the Great Ace Attorney came out after that, and that was like 60,000. But you could say that's a spin-off, I guess. No, I do not think. I never said. Listen, a remaster is not going to sell 197,000, right? A remaster of Ace Attorney.
What did Kirby sell?
Look at what the Great Ace Attorney remasters sold. Look, I just told you the Great Ace Attorney remasters sold 20,000 first week.
Right, but that was already re-released in Japan. That was already released in Japan once already.
So is this one. So is this one. It's the same thing.
But that is the collection. We already got the first 3 games. So now we're getting now we have the whole Phoenix Wright on one platform.
Dude, it's not gonna sell like 100,000. It'll be like the same, man. It will sell like 20,000-30,000 maybe. It's not gonna sell like more than that. Like, come on, man. The last trilogy didn't sell that much. The Naruhodo Legends Collection, 3,000 on Switch.
That wasn't a spin-off.
That wasn't a spin-off. It's a collection of all the games that had been released in HD so far. So they included the Ace Attorney trilogy and the Great Ace Attorney, and that particular release only released in Japan. That particular package only released in Japan. So it was just all of the games together that they had done in HD so far. So like 5 games. The Switch version of the first collection sold 2 million. Did it? Give me data.
Mm-hmm.
Give me data right now. And these Fuka gifts need to stop.
Well.
This is too much. It's not Fuka Friday. Don't listen to Red Hood.
Yeah, but if you're saying the truth, then the Apollo Justice remasters or whatever it's going to be, whatever it's called, either might or it might not.
I can't even believe I'm arguing that people are saying that Ace Attorney got goddamn cross the 3DS remasters is going to sell more than Persona 3 Reload. Like, it's from the Capcom leak.
I will stand today, Jody. I'm
a realistic salesperson. I'm being realistic about what can sell more. I don't think Ace Attorney, goddamn, is going to outsell.
I'm going to get blown away by Persona 3. You sound like a fanboy.
No, I don't. I said that. I said that Like a Dragon 8 is going to outsell it easily. Candidly, it's going to outsell that. Okay, so this is from the...
Yeah.
Grand Blue Fantasy. That's not a thing. Ace Attorney. Well, that's a remake.
Okay, let me look at this. Ace Attorney. So this is from the Capcom leak. Why is this not loading? What the hell? Oh, hold up. Okay, let me show that screen. One sec. Okay, Capcom leak.
Big shout out to
by the way,
he is keeping us honest.
I love that.
Yeah,
That
you're right.
Capcom
That's
leak.
why I'm going to give him some J points. I'll give him like 7 thank yous.
No, you can't do that. There's a cooldown. You can't do that. If you do that, if you do that, I'm going to time you out. Right.
Well, fine. I'll give him a Fuka point.
That's not a thing. Okay. So great. Phoenix Wright, over 2.3 million units worldwide. So this is why they're remastering it. It sold that much. So this is via the Capcom leak. I feel bad that people got their data leaked, but that Capcom leak was one of the greatest things that ever happened to sales data. It really is. The collection is confirmed to have sold 2.1 million units in June 2023. So roughly additional 200,000 units since have been sold. Is this from the Capcom leak? Because this is in 2023. The Capcom leak was ages ago. I was just giving us. Hang on, where does this come from? Where does this go to? It goes to Capcom's business thingy. Okay.
As you're looking it up, let me pose a question. So forget launch week for Persona 3 Reload. Is Persona 3 Reload going to sell more than Super Mario RPG? First week.
No.
It's not going to sell that.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
It's impossible for Persona 3 Reload
to sell more than Super Mario RPG. Yes, I will state that right now. I'll go on the record. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. It's not going to sell the first more than Super Mario RPG first week in Japan. It's literally impossible. It's physically impossible to sell that much. I'm not even joking. What it says, it goes to this page, but I can't find Ace Attorney on this page at all. Where is it? This is where it links to. This is where Noisy Pixel will link to, but I can't even see that. Where does it say that? It does not say that on this page. Maybe I need to look at another page. This is really weird. Why did it link to this page when it's not even on here? Maybe I need to look at like a 13 to 31 to 50. Where is Ace Attorney? Shouldn't it be right here if it sold 2-point-something million units? Shouldn't it be there? Oh, do you know what? Maybe because this is up. Okay, here it is. I found it. It's probably because it got updated since they put that link on there. This list is updated because Street Fighter 6 is on it, so they must update the list. But anyway, it's at number 39 here. 2.6 million units. It released in February 2019, so that sold incredibly well for just prestige Game Boy Advance games. Capcom was laughing all the way to the bank with that one, because how much did it cost to remaster those? It's probably hardly anything. They're from Cell. Yeah, I found it. It's just because the page, they've updated the page and it's Noisy Pixel linked it, so it wasn't in the right place. But anyway, I found it. 2.6 million units total, and this is up to date because they update this list. So that's what it's sold to date, and it's accurate because it is from Capcom. So it's their 39th highest selling game or release. So do I think that do I think that Persona 3 Reload will outsell Super Mario RPG first week in Japan? It's physically impossible. It's physically impossible. I'll tell you because that sold 300,000 first week, right? Super Mario RPG is 300,000 first week. Let's see on here. Yeah, it's 300,000 first week. It's physically impossible for Persona 3 Reload to sell 300,000 first week in Japan. Now, if there's a Switch release, it would have been possible, but no, it's physically impossible for that to happen. I will state that now. I'll go on record. It's not going to sell 300,000. If anyone's thinking that, they've taken leave of their senses. It's not going to sell 300,000. I don't know why anyone would think that. No. I am being extremely modest and saying I think it's going to sell 130,000. I think it's possible. If it's sold as low as 50,000, that would be a flop. If it sold below 100,000, I think that would be an underperformance, considering that both Persona 3 Fez, Persona 3 Portable, and Persona 4 Golden all sold above 100,000. So yeah, that would be a giant L. That would be a giant L. Oh my god, get out of it. I listen. Persona Central just put out just so much misleading. There's so much misleading information and stuff, having people believe for years that Sony said, oh well, Persona's important to us, like strongly inferring, which they made up. They never said that. That word never came out of their mouth, right? But even if it did, they were strongly inferring that there was some sort of like contract, which obviously there wasn't, which we know now. I said that years ago. Obviously there was no contract in there, but they editorialized the actual real article, and said that they said that. They never said that. And that for years they let that stand and never corrected it on anything at all. So I don't care what they say on Persona Central. Like, I don't know why anyone's going to Persona Central for news, because they are not a news source. They're just like they're just putting up news from other places and editorializing and stuff and saying, well, stuff it's on Game Pass, that's why it looked like it flopped Persona 5 Tactica. Well, don't worry about first week sales in Japan, that's because it's on Game Pass, where Game Pass has no effect on anything in Japan. So I don't know why you would bring that up. And yes, they did say that in relation to Japanese sales. That's all the data we have on that game so far, unless you look at Steam, which they wasn't looking at. But on Steam it was bad. But yeah, they will say that, oh yeah, something is on Game Pass. So if Persona 3 Reload is less than 100,000 in Japan, that is an L, right? It's an L because that would be lower than Persona 4 Golden, Persona 3 Portable, and Persona 3 Fez. That is why that would be an L, right? As I've shown here, Fez was at 105,000. I think Persona 3 Portable 108,000, and then Golden was 148,000, I think. So if it was below 100,000, Yes, it'd be giant L, and I'd be saying it's an L for that if we sold less than that. But like I said, my estimate is higher than that. Now I could be low balling it, and it's above 150,000. It could even pass the Kirby barrier. I doubt that, but I could be low balling it. I don't know what other people think it's gonna sell. I don't know. Like for example, I don't really know what they think it's gonna sell on install base because they haven't put up the what do you call it? The prediction league because it's too early. But I don't know what other people. Maybe they all think it's going to sell 200,000 plus. I don't know. I'm just saying what I think it's going to sell. Now, if we look at so the other thing we can look at is look at the Comic pre-orders. It's hard to do a direct comparison though, just because it's split up into so many SKUs. Unfortunately. So I would like to do a direct comparison, but let me get back to you on that because I'll have to add up all the different versions to compare it to other versions. Anyway, we can see on here, here's all the pre-orders, right? So the highest one here is the PS5 version of Persona 3 Reload limited box. So this is a limited edition, right? We got an additional 2 points today. So this is real pre-orders, right? So it's got 13, that's 13. Persona 3 Reload, just the regular version on the PlayStation 5, has 4. Persona 3 Reload, the PS4 limited edition, is 4. And then the PS4 version of Persona 3 Reload has 3 points. So this game has another 64 days to go. Oh look, here's that big hit that Kikek is talking about, to use Curse and Curse Clash. Oh yeah, 2 points on the Switch. That's gonna do gangbusters. So we need to look at some other games like on here, right? So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on the PlayStation 5 has 26 points. That game is coming out after Persona 3 Reload. And the thing you need to bear in mind is that this limited box thing, it kind of skews things because it's they normally get overrepresented in the chart. We don't know how many of these limited boxes, how much limited edition, what percentage they are of what Atlas is making. Like, so it can skew things and make it look like there's more. But anyway, this Final Fantasy VII Rebirth does have a collector's edition, but it's exclusive to the Square Enix store, so that's why it's not on here. So that's got 26 points with 91 days to go. Now if we look at Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, which doesn't have a special edition, I don't know if it doesn't have one at all, if it's just not on here, but it's just regular versions on here, right? So the PS4 version is above the PS5 version. It's very split, so I don't know why Like a Dragon franchise is like this, but it is. Anyway, the PS4 version has got 17 points with 57 days to go. The PS5 version has 16 points, so it's almost the same, that right there. The price of these games is also a factor because this is expensive as hell. 8,800 yen for Infinite Wealth and Persona 3 Reload. That is very, very pricey. Rebirth is basically the same price. That's expensive. The limited box is 15,800 yen. It's pretty expensive, right? We've got Tekken 8 and it's the same price. Did you use the Curse and Curse Clash? A bit cheaper. The limited edition of that Spy Family game is almost 10,000 yen. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I mean, look, see this game that according to Vinnie Mac, this is gonna blow people's socks off in the sales, and it's got 2 points each. A total of 4 points. This game, I've been saying for months and months and months that this game is going to flop. Look at the pre-orders. It's not looking good. Yeah, let's see. Persona Central's I Made It Up. Yeah, Persona Central. why? I don't know why anybody goes to them for anything. Just because their name is Persona Central doesn't mean they're all the news for Persona or Atlas. Just because they decided to make a website, like, don't go to, they make stuff up. Nintendo Prime stores. Yeah, he makes stuff up as well. My favourite is It Came to Me in a Dream. At least Persona Central doesn't steal someone else's discovery. Oh, who did that? Did Nintendo Prime do that? Yeah, just them embellishing and making that thing up about... But it made people believe, because people kept citing that same goddamn article until I was like, what does this actually say? What does this actually say? And I've got the original, they have the link to the original article there, got Genki to read it, who can read Japanese, and he said, no, it does not say that in there. I was like, okay, it doesn't say that. They just made it up. Right, so... Yeah, where's Red Totem Pretty Mac gone? Also, if it's a Monday, then it's Mitsu.
I hear.
It's not. There's no such thing as Mitsu Monday. Where's that even come from?
Yes, it is. It's real.
Tuesday would be you. You're stretching it now. You're stretching. You switch the names out.
No, I'm being serious. They're real.
You're stretching out. Tuesday would be Yukari Takeba. No, you're just stretching that. You're just stretching out. How comes it's Mitsu then it's her given name, and then for Yukari it's her family name. There for Yukari Takeba. Why is that then Tuesday? You've swapped the names out to get the alliteration. You swapped them out. I'm onto you, Edward. I'm onto you. You can't get me. Yeah, so that's why, look, I'm saying, like, initial pre-orders...
There, you want me to post the Taco Bell Tuesday? Fine.
Taco Tuesday, what? We didn't even get on to talk about Level 5. So, to finish out the show, we're going to talk about Level 5.
There we go. There it is.
What is that? It's Takaba Tuesday. Right, who made that? And that's also not true.
What?
Well, first of all, it's not even Tuesday today.
Yeah, I told you it's real.
Okay, well...
I know, but I'm just saying,
these Persona
it's real.
fans are out of their minds.
Just like the Fuka Nation is.
These Persona fans are out of their minds. They've literally they've lost the plot. They've lost the plot. It's too much. It's too much. But I'd like to talk about...
No, that's Persona 5 fans that lost the plot.
Let's just call them Neo-Persona fans. That's what I call them. Neo-Persona fans. Okay, so let's talk about Level 5, because...
What do you know what a Persona 5 fan is?
Do I know what a Persona 5 fan is? You. Okay, so let's talk about Level 5. Because we didn't get onto that. Now, Level 5... recently...
Well, the thing is, I actually play games.
I just said we're talking about Level 5. And this man's trying to... Listen, don't listen. I'm trying to talk about something here. I'm not showing these memes. I'm not showing these memes on stream. How are there even so many of these things existing? Oh my god. Level 5. Who's paying their bills? Yeah. So I've wondered that. They have not announced like anything like they're getting funding from anybody. So, you know, it can only be money that they already had, or they have like a secret angel investor that they have not. I mean, they're not a publicly traded company. I don't know who their investors are or anything. I don't know. Is Hino the sole owner of Level 5? I don't know. I don't know if anyone else. He started the company. He's a CEO and president. I don't know that there is anyone else involved. This is so annoying because their website doesn't really have like an about me thing, about us thing. Like, where would that even be? I don't know if there's any information on that. Like, I don't think they have like their website is like not. It's so difficult to navigate this website as well, because like everything's all in Japanese with The CEO has a side business. What's his side business? What side business? You just made that up. He doesn't have no side business. All he does with this is level 5. That's his whole thing. There's just links to Twitter. So this is Hino's Twitter. I don't know that anyone. I don't know who else would be who else is an investor. It's a YouTube channel. That's just their shop. This is the recruitment thing. Oh wait, no, hang on. This is better. This. Okay, they got products company recruit. Okay, this is better. Yeah, actually explain stuff here. Okay, so let's click company. If this is all images, then I can't do anything. Okay, no. Google Translate's able to catch the text. So, corporate philosophy, company profile, corporate history. Okay, let's look at corporate history. Okay, thank you Google Translate. 1998, established Level 5 Limited. December 2000, game software Dark Cloud for PlayStation 2 is released. Sales company Sony Entertainment Inc. So people keep asking why they're not bringing that back. It's because Sony owns either all or most, or it might be a thing where they co-own it, but they can't bring it back without Sony. So people keep asking about that. It becomes a hit, shipping more than 1 million copies domestically and internationally. October 2001, organisation changed from limited company to stock company. Now, what does that mean? What does limited company to stock company mean? 2002, Dark Chronicle for PlayStation 2. 2003, game event. April 2004, some other type of event. November 2004, Dragon Quest 8. Released for PlayStation 2. 2005, Rogue Galaxy for PlayStation 2. 2006, some game industry thing. October 2006, announcement of entry into the publisher business, like I said, other games were published by Sony. Announcement of game software for Nintendo DS, Professor Layton, and The Mysterious Town, the first work by a publisher, as them as a publisher. 2006, PlayStation Portable, Joan of Arc, I guess, Sony. 2007, another Professor Layton. That's when they released it on the DS. March 2007, Rogue Galaxy Director's Cut. 2000. Okay, I'm not seeing anything about like their investors. Professor Layton, 2007, acquiring naming rights for Hakataka no Mori Stadium to Level 5 Stadium. The hell is that? Some stadium changed its name to Level 5 Stadium? What? I'd like to know what the hell that is. Okay, mobile version of Professor Layton, 2008. Inazuma 11 for DS, 2008. The Level 5 Vision in 2008 held Inazuma 11 TV anime, 2008. Then we've got Professor Layton. 10th anniversary, third installment of Professor Layton. Game software, Night Chronicle, Ancient Heartbeat released, PlayStation 3, 2000. I didn't say anything about like investors or stuff like that. Okay, more DS software. I don't know what this game is. Mysterious Tales of Fawn and Mikhail. I've never even heard of that. Release software for DS. Takeshi Teru's Brain Teasing Volume 1. 2009 software for DS. Dragon Quest 9. Level 5 Vision 2 for I've not seen anything. Another game here, DS game. DS. Inazuma 11. 2009 DS, a whole bunch of games. Can't even read all that out. 2009, Professor Layton and the Genie's Flute. Dude, I think, God, they were knocking out these Professor Layton games like one every year. Professor Layton, there was a Professor Layton movie? God, I don't even know. I don't know anything. Professor Layton and the Internal Diva movie release, 2009. 2010, Level 5 Tokyo office established. Then they relocated in to an office building to Fukuoka to 2010. Inazuma 11. It's just all these games. Yeah, so like Level 5 International America established in 2010, which is closed down now, by the way. Level 5, I never liked Level 5 Vision. DS Software, Nino Kuni, Jet Black Witch. Oh God, these translations of the Japanese names. I don't know what that would have been. But yeah, they put a Nino Kuni on a DS, but I don't think it was released outside Japan. More Inazuma 11 movie 2010. Professor Layton game 2011. They were knocking out these games and animes. Anime in 2011, all these goddamn animes. PSP software, Danball Senki release. I haven't heard that. Danball Senki, I don't know if it's that. Wii software, Inazuma 11 Strikers, TV anime, Gundam AGE begins broadcasting. Level 5's first private show. That's it. I've not seen anything about like. Is this okay? Let me just skip forward because there's so much here. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to go through this later. Like, there's so much things on here. There's nothing about investment from It's just saying we moved building or released to anime or. This is when Yoko Watch. Look at all this stuff. Universal Studios Japan Yoko Watch Festival. They ain't doing all this now. Open Studio. Oh my God, they didn't have a studio called that. Please tell me that. Is that true? Please tell me. Is that true? Is this true?
What studio?
It says Open's own studio. L Studio.
That's actually kind of funny.
What's the translation of this? What's the original Japanese? Let me see. Hold up. Change it back to Japanese. It's called that! That's the name! It's called that! No! I guess they do not know the connotations of calling something L Studio. Oh my God. Is it really called that? Is it really? I hope they still have that studio. Please tell me they still have L Studio. Open's own studio, L Studio. Where is this studio? I need to know more about this L Studio. Where is it? Oh my God. Okay, see, then they bought the level 5 concept Snack World. This is when they went downhill. 2017. Yoko Watch Festival, PC version of Kuni. Yeah, this is when they went. They fell off a cliff here. Okay, so there's nothing. Wait, hang on. Let me go to 2019. A whole bunch of mobile games and stuff. This is when they went downhill. So yeah. Okay. Hang on, they put Nino. Oh yeah, they did put that in there. Well, Bandai Namco did it. Nino Kuni into Game Pass. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so let me go back to corporate information. Right, that didn't tell me nothing. That didn't tell me nothing about. It's just affiliated companies. They have all these like. They got level 5 concept. So this is the one led by Keiji Inafune. Is the Mega Man guy. He works on Mega Man, right? Level 5 Abbey We would like to introduce Level 5 Abbey, which specialises in overseas cross-media development of Level 5 original content. What is that? Level 5 IA. We would like to introduce Level 5 IA, which mainly plans, develops and sells games overseas. They have all these little divisions. 3-star work. New company where designers can work the hours, can choose the hours they want to work. What is this? Level 5 1A. I thought they closed this down because this is Level 5 International. Isn't this the one they closed down? Look, representative Akihiro Hino. He does everything. I thought this was the one they closed. I thought they closed down Level 5 International. It's still here on their website. So that's the international one. Level 5. I mean, how many studios do they have? Indeed, there's like a lot. Entertainment Your Way. Level 5 Abbey. So about Level 5. Hang on. The Professor Layton series sold 15.5 million units? Did it really?
Dang.
I didn't know it sold that much. I don't even know if this information is up to date, but that's what it says on here. General bit Level 5 Abbey, because this is their multimedia thing. Is Abbey also shut down? I don't know. I mean, I'm presuming not, because they still do the multimedia stuff. But I thought this office was shut down in the States. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it's here on the website. So it doesn't make sense to me that they would have had that office there for years and released no games in the West. The last game they released in the West was what? The port of one of the Layton games, right? Didn't they port one of the Control Millionaire or whatever? I forgot what it's called now. It wasn't that the last game they released in the West. It was Snack World and then that, and those were both ports. I don't think they've released anything since then. So what would they be doing in this office for years? With this, all the people in this office? I remember hearing that it had closed down. Okay, so let's look at company profile. This will help. It will help if we're gonna try. Maybe L stands for later. It stands for Level 5, I guess, but they don't know the connotations of saying that. Do you know the reason it's called Level 5? I actually do know why it's called Level 5. Do you know? Does anyone here know why the company's called Level 5? Without Googling it! Do you know? Do you know why it's called Level 5? Answer right now, because I know you're Googling it. Red Hood, why is it called Level 5? You see how he's not
Because
answering?
they're stuck on Level 5.
Yeah, but what does that mean, Red Hood?
Well, they suck at games, so they're stuck at Level 5.
That's not why it's called Level 5. Give Freddie Mac? Oh, no, for Freddie Mac's there. None of you know why it's called Level 5.
At least I'm being pretending, jokingly honest without looking it up.
Okay, but it's to do with, like, the Level 5...
Highest possible mark.
Sorry?
Because it has to do with how high you can go, so it's be considered us. Our A plus is their Level 5.
Sort of. You're maybe half right. So not really, but because you can't. If you just thought of like yourself without looking anything up, then it's kind of, but that's not it. It's basically it's the highest level you can get in like the Japanese school examination. The highest level you can get is level 5.
Right. I was right.
I just said that. I said you was half right. Oh my god! I literally just said that.
Yes.
I said you were half right. I said if you got that without looking that up, then that's good.
I'm sorry. I thought you said I was half right. So
yeah, well, I was like half right.
You just said what I said.
Well, I guess so. But yeah, that's basically. If you look on Wikipedia, it says something like that. That's the highest mark you can get. So that's why they called it Level 5. Alright, so it just says location, establishment, representative, Akihiro Hino, capital. They have 100 million yen capital. This is what it says here. Staff of 300 people, so they're not small. They're huge. Like, do you know who also has 300 people? Atlas has like 300 people. Main clients. It says Nintendo, Sony, Bandai, Takara Tomy, Dentsu, TV Tokyo, Toho Co, Shogaku & Co, I don't know what that is, Bandai Namco. They put Bandai and Bandai Namco separately. Koei Tecmo Games. Oh no, this is what I need to see. It's all bloody Japanese. Let me read this later because it's in katakana, and it's, you know, level 5. I can't read these. There's all this kanji in here. I'm gonna have to look at this later. Is it clickable? It is. Yeah. So here's the structure of level 5. Like contentsu group. So I don't know, like art and this design group. So it's like different groups, but I need to see this bit at the top with the kanji now. I think that just I need to know what that says. But this is just how the company's structured. There's different groups and stuff like that. But like, as in like who is, like it doesn't say, like who owns it. I think it's just Hino that owns the company. I don't know about there's any other investors or anything like that. I've never heard anything of where their money. I mean, they say they got 100 million yen. They're worth 100 million yen. They got one name on here. It just says Hino. I see any other names. It's just him that started the company. So I don't think they even have any other investables in there. Maybe they just had a whole bunch of money from Yokai Watch or something, or maybe he does have angel investors. I don't know. It doesn't say that. They've got two offices. Fukuoka head office is their main one, and then they have a Tokyo office. Like, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say anything about the international office, which I heard was closed down years ago, but it's still on their website. It's private, yeah, it's completely private. It's complete. What is this goddamn Fuka nonsense? It's complete. Retro Kids posting this. I don't even know where this GIF comes from. Like, what context that GIF is. Like, is that from the game where she does a flip on the wall like that? How did they even get that animation? Where is that from? Did she do that flip in the game?
No.
What is that from? Is someone animated that?
Yes, I just found it in GIFs.
What the hell? What is that from? That's what? That cannot be from the actual game. I kind of wish
they had the GIF for saying lemons.
Like, somebody has animated that. I have no idea what that is. The Yokai Watch music went out. Okay. Oh, what the hell? Why does it always do this nonsense? Yeah, so level 5 is privately owned. It's not. Some people think it's publicly traded. It's not. Okay, so it tells you what they say. It says the company name is simple with an overall grey tone. The V in the center. Oh, well, there's an L. It says the V in the center stands for 5. I thought it was a goddamn L. Is that meant to be a V? Oh, it's like an L on its side, which means creating 5-star software, and V stands for vision for the next generation, leading to new business. The letter V stands for victory and has 3 meanings. The design emphasizes the image of light, expressing the company's role as a presence of light that transmits and develops products and services. I always thought that was an L on its side. They're saying it's a V. Is it not an L on its side? No, we're not having Futaba Friday. Don't get him started. Why is that happening? Stop suggesting things to him. We're not having Futaba Friday. Well, how can it be? Yeah, that's 2 characters that have a Friday. No. I've already explained this Femboy Friday. I don't need to explain this again. Mousy, where's Mousy? Mousy, back me up. Where is she? Let's read.
I mean, that could work up Futaba Friday. That's her name.
Look, we're not having Futaba Friday, so just, like, it needs to stop. What happens when you click these? Oh no, this is the bit I already saw. What's this one here? Award-winning titles that they have worked on. Okay.
Now would you see some good Wednesday and Thursday? Oh wait.
No,
wait a minute, because you got talking about Tuesday. Now I just need to figure out what's a good Wednesday and a Thursday. Oh, and Saturday and Sunday characters.
I would like more information about level 5, but I can't find hardly anything. Company outline, corporate philosophy. Access to level 5. Oh, it's just how to get there, I guess. Concept. It's just here. It's, oh, in Japanese. I can't read this. Does Link? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Because they intentionally designed him to be. They've said that. Go and read. Like they made him like that deliberately. They made him look feminine deliberately. No, they said that. They said that. Don't even try it, Mousy. Mousy, why did you? I called you earlier. You wasn't listening. I said, where's Mousy backing me up? She didn't back me up, and now she's suddenly here to back up J2 Blue. Whisper. I love Whisper. It's time for Whisper Wednesday. Oh, hell yeah! Whisper Wednesday. Bring it back. Whisper Wednesday. Yoko Watch was so good at its height. It really was. Whisper. Hold on. Where's the thing now? Whisper Wednesday. Is Whisper from the anime. Link does count as a fanboy, yes. Well, I need to explain. He does. Because they Nintendo said they deliberately they made him look like that. They made him feminine and yes, intentionally androgynous. Yeah, which means you feminize it. Like he was looking more masculine before, so you make him more feminine to make them look androgynous, which means both. Because the previous version of Link from Skyward Sword was more masculine. They should open shops selling whispers. Listen, Kika, I don't know if you are just having a joke or like, I think he's either being extremely sarcastic or I don't know. They had those shops. They literally had Yokai Watch shops. That was a thing. They had stores like selling whispers and everything. Like they have Pokemon centers. They literally had those in Japan. So I think Kike is being extremely sarcastic. I think he's being extremely sarcastic. I think he knows full well. If he's aware of his goddamn with Shadow Side that wasn't even translated and he's seen that, he knows they had goddamn Yokai Watch stores. He's being extremely sarcastic. Okay, so let's look at this. I can't read this. Right? I'm gonna be honest. My Japanese is just not at that level. I can't read this. But this is the corporate philosophy, and it's just he's the CEO. I can't do. You've got that Google, what do we call it? Google thing. Ferret Friday. Do you like ferrets? I mean, they're kind of cute, right? That's cute. Somebody be making their ferret dance like
hey,
that.
that's better than Furry Fridays.
Oh, you know, oh my god, I was watching Beastars. Oh my god, that shows something else. It's just it's so uncanny valley. It really is uncanny valley. The way they animated it and everything.
Wait.
Beastars. Have you seen Beastars? The Wii U Just Dance. Yeah, they had a Wii U Just Dance Yokai Watch that was only in Japan. Right, I need this translated. Stat. Which one of you can read this? The Wii U Just Dance. Yeah, there was one. There was one. Yeah. Wii U just. It was only in Japan though. They literally had one. Like, the Yokai Watch was that popular. This is the thing. He squandered it. He squandered it. So what I'm going to do later is I'm going to use Google. You can't do it on PC though, as far as I know. You need to do it on. You have to use Google. What do you call it? The Google. Oh god, what is it called again? Like Google Translate, but Google like Spyglass or something. It's called not Spyglass. Oh my god, it's cute. Where are you finding these cute gifts? They're posting another cute little animal gifts. Someone's already been making their ferret dance like that. That's ridiculous. I love that the ferret is so placid as well. It's not even like trying to fight the dance. Foxes. I like foxes. There's loads of them where I live. Loads of sea foxes. And you hear them at night. Sometimes they can make a racket. This fox is more. I feel like the foxes around here are more. They're less of this reddy. They're reddish brown. They have more brown. The ones here. But foxes are cute. I like foxes. Our corporate philosophy is to keep the delay Inazuma 11. Well, clear there. Yeah, let me look later and see what this is. This might already be translated somewhere else. I'm sure someone has translated it, but unfortunately they decided to put this up as an image, not as like an image and then text. Just like the whole thing is an image with the text, which means I cannot use Google Translate. Not the Google Translate that's on PC. You can do it on mobile with like it will scan that, but you can't do it on PC. I don't think you can do it on PC with like, you know what I mean? It has like oh, I like falcons too. I actually like falcons. Falcon. Are you just thinking of random animals? Falcon Friday. Yeah. Sometimes you see them like hovering, like up in the sky, and then they dive down to get their prey or whatever. But they can see like from way up in the sky. I don't know how, but they can. They're pretty cool. You get those. You have to look for those. Like, you don't get. I don't know if you get as many in the middle of the city. You do get birds of prey around. And they use. Sometimes they use them for vermin control. Like one time, like I was coming down in the lift in my building. Okay, I'm done. Okay, I was coming down the lift in the building. And this guy who had a giant ass like falcon eagle like big bird of prey on his arm. I thought, what the hell? Where are you going with that? And he came out of his van. He's like, oh, we use these to control the pigeons around here. Like, it's just giant, like this huge goddamn falcon on his arm. Like, but he had one of those, you know, one of those leather gloves on, right? But he had these giant ass claws. And he said he was taking it onto the roof on our building. And he said they was taking it up there to get rid of the pigeons. Like the council, I didn't even know the local council. Really? They use falcons to do that? That was pretty cool. But that was years ago. Since then, they've put all these spikes up and things to keep the pigeons away. So they're not as much as an issue, like on my building anyway, as they was before. But anyway, Level 5 delayed all that. I was trying to find information about like inquiry. I did a game inquiry. I'm gonna write to Level 5 and I say, who owns Level 5? Who owns Level 5? I think it is just Hino. I honestly think it is. I think he's the sole owner of the company. I don't know anything else about it. We'll look on Wikipedia. Oh, not that one. That's not Wikipedia. I'm the wrong one. Yeah, I need to do that. Level 5. Yeah. Just he founded it after he departed from River Hill Soft. Early in its history, the company had a close relationship with Sony, with many of its games then being funded and produced in conjunction with them. Level 5 began self-publishing its games in Japan by the late 2000s, with other companies such as Nintendo handling publishing worldwide. The company is best known for Dark Cloud, Professor Layton, Inazuma 11, Ni no Kuni, Yoko Watch, and Snack World. Nobody be knowing about Snack World. Why did they put the Snack World on the end there? Nobody be knowing about that. Anyway, it just says key people. Akihiro Hino. I own Level 5. I think it's Hino. I think he's the only owner of it. There's no other information. I'm gonna have to look it up later and see. Like, it just says he started the company. It doesn't say anything about any investors or anything like that. Like, maybe there have been investors. Because I mean, how did he start the company in the first place? But maybe there's some information somewhere. He did not believe the team could become an at first he obviously independent now. He formed a partnership with Sony Computer Entertainment, who would allow him to develop for the upcoming. Oh my god, this is how long ago it was. Upcoming PlayStation 2, under the condition that he set up his own company. Whoa, where did that come from? The name Level 5 was a reference to Japanese school report cards where Level 5 is the highest possible mark. Soon after being created, the company had 11 employees. Hold up, so there's a reference here. It's from Iwata Arcs. Hang on, there's a reference here. They under the condition that he made this. No! They took it down! They took down this Iwata Arcs. How do I find this? They bloody well took it down. How do I find this? This links to a thing that's not there anymore. How do I get this information? Oh, is it on the on the thingy archive? Hang on, I need this on the game on the archive. Yeah. Hang on. I need archive.org. Archive. It's archive.org, right? Archive. You know, the Internet Data Archive thing. Oh god, what's it called again? Internet. You know what I mean, right? Internet Data. Yeah, that's it. Internet. This. Okay, so I need to see this as Water Arcs. Wayback Machine, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. I couldn't remember the name of it. Right, okay. Oh no! I want to look at the page. Stop being dumb. Wait. Did I put it in the wrong thing? It says error. Huh? Oh, okay. No, I put it in the wrong thing. Never mind. Okay, here we go. Summary. So let's have a look at it before they took it down. They took it down at some point in 2023, but this is when they took it down, right? Can I see this? Okay, look, access denied. What the hell? Okay, let me just go to an earlier version of it then. That's my favourite Fox character. What? Okay, so it had been taken down. This is more hits here. Or small snapshots. When did they say that article was from? Okay, it's from 2011. Retrieve 2011. 2011. Okay, well, I need to go back then to 2011. Let's have a look. What? It's not opening. Okay. Dang, this ain't even loading, man. It won't load. Look. Dang, this is crazy right here. Try this one. Well, maybe I can't see this. Oh, look, it just goes to this weirdo page. Right, hang on. Oh, wait. I found it. I found it. Yes. I got it. Okay. This is an Iwata Arcs from 2011. I found it. So they're talking about Professor Layton and the Mask of Miracle. From now on, Dragon Quest changed my life. From now on, it will be the end of the 3D era. Okay. Iwata. After you did that. Okay, it says Iwata. After that, when did you hit the turning point of beginning to work on your own independently? Hino. First, very soon after I transferred to River Hill Soft, I was allowed to become a main programmer. I was about 24. Iwata. Your work history was short, but you had been programming since you were a kid, so you were a veteran at it. Good lord. Hino. That's right. Of course, I still had a lot more to learn, but the programmers who'd been there longer than I put in a word for the company for me to be a programming lead. Iwata. I see. So the people around you put in a good word for you, and you were given a chance at a young age. Hino, yes. And after I'd made about 2 products, I have no idea what I was thinking at the time, but I went to the president and company and said, from now on, it will be the era of 3D. Laughs. Iwata, and what year was this again? Hino, let me see. It was about 17 or 18 years ago at the time. I think at the time there was a lot of 3D graphic games in America. Back then, the Super Famicom system was synonymous with games in Japan. Iwata, the era before PlayStation systems made its appearance. Hino, right. I saw these 3D games from overseas and they looked incredibly interesting. So I said, in the future, people will be able to play 3D games in Japan the way they're doing overseas. So take me off the current development projects and let me research 3D on my own. Iwata, you were sure that the future lay in this direction. Hino, I was. So I started researching 3D by myself. Then, long before the PlayStation system came out, finding there was an environment where I could make 3D software and become the director of the project team. And after that, I left the company and formed Level-5. The members of the team who had worked with me became its nucleus. So they left with him. Iwata, that's right. Hino. Above all else, I wanted to do something new. For that reason, I thought wouldn't be easy enough just to stay at the company and take orders. But I didn't think that I'd be able to go independent. Just then, by chance, I happened to form a connection with Sony Computer Entertainment, and they asked me if I would try making software for this new piece of equipment, the PlayStation 2 system, which hadn't been released yet. When I asked them to let my team do it, they told me, well, set up a company. So I decided to set up a company. Iwata, how many of you were there when you set up Level-5? Hino said 9 of us at first, but there were 11 before long. Iwata, where did your company name come from? Hino, Level-5 means 5 stars in school report cards. A 5 in school report cards is used as a metaphor for the highest possible mark, and that's in the sense in which we used it. So it signifies our ambition to make high quality 5-star software. So yeah, he started the company with just a few handful of people from the people he was working with at his previous company, and Sony did say to him, you can make games, but you need to set up a company first. So that's what he did. Iwata, so when you began your company, you included your determination to make things that the game players of the world would value in its name. To be more accurate, then, you didn't intend to go independent to begin with. In a sense, the company was formed because someone gave you a little push. Hino, right. Iwata, only although you'd led a team inside the organisation before that point, when you abruptly began to run your own company, didn't you run into lots of things you'd never thought of or done before? Didn't that get a bit rough? Hino, yes it did. I read lots of books.
I guess he's gone.
Who?
Vinimac.
Bye, Vinimac. I read lots of books about accounting for companies. I had to pick up lots of knowledge about other things I would have made in games, so I studied many things. I didn't even know how to register the company, so it was really hard. Iwata, and in what year was Level-5 established? Hino, in 1998 we registered Level-5 when I was 29, and the company began to work just as I was turning 30. Thinking about it now, it feels like the distant past. I must really have had a lot of energy. Iwata, you were very clear in your own mind as to what you wanted to do. In order to do it, you worked like mad, and as a result, before you knew it, you'd started a company. Hino, yes, the one thing I've always been is active. Once I think something should be a certain way.
I'll be right back. I just need to do something.
Okay. I just go for it. Barging straight ahead. Iwata, so you didn't think it over thoroughly and then act. Your intuition has told you that the future lay in this direction. So you just keep moving forward and see what happens. Hino, right, and that hasn't changed even now. It feels as though after we set up Level-5, I've learned alongside the members who started the company with me, we've all kept growing into what we are today. This is very interesting. So he literally was given a little push by Sony to set up a company. They said, set up a company if you want to make games for us for PlayStation 2. And then he set up a company with a handful of people that he'd been working with at his former company. River Hill Soft, a company I'd never heard of. But anyway, he was a programmer there at a very young age. A lead programmer at a very young age, I'd say. And he set up the company. I don't know if I can see the next page. Oh, I can. Somebody picked up Joss. This is a very long, in-depth interview that I have never seen before. I know that Iwata used to do these interviews, but I've never read them before. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't read them before. So he did a very in-depth interview, back in 2011. This is very interesting. Iwata, so Hina-san, you must personally determine the company direction as you do business. On the other hand, I'd assume that part of the function of your team is to fill in the blanks for you, show you things you can't see on your own. Which parts do you decide on your own, and which do you discuss with others before deciding? Hino. Ah, that was what I most wanted to ask you, Iwata-san laughs. Oh no, is it? Oh no. Okay, I'm on the clock. Mousy said it's been 4 hours. I have been doing this show for kind of long. I wanted to go into depth a little bit about level 5. I think that we can continue. Looking at this next week.
Okay.
This interview is very long, and it's actually really interesting. Explaining really how he started because I didn't know this information about how he had started the company and what he did. That he started, he didn't even know how to start up a company, and it was just a handful of people. And now we've seen that the employee count of level 5 is over 300 people, but he started with 11, including himself. And it's Iwata Arts will always peak. Yeah, I've never read them before, Kike. I don't think, maybe I've referenced them. I've briefly looked at them, but I haven't like sat down and read through a whole one. But yeah, so he went really in depth with people then on these interviews.
Interesting.
Because this is really long. It's like several pages.
Yeah, well, if you're saying you're on the clock, then we'll just save it.
Yeah,
next time.
We'll save it for next time. Because I have been going kind of long. I haven't finished my study and other stuff for the day, and it is after 10. I didn't even, to be honest with you, I didn't look at the time. It's after 10 p.m. And I have not had dinner.
Alright.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to end the stream. And you know what? I was reading that whole thing and I realized that Discord was on the stream. It doesn't matter really. I was reading it. No one told me that it was Discord on the screen. I was reading the other thing. This is what I was looking at. This is Iwata Arcs here. I'm not
even looking at anything. I'll just look at it after stream.
Yeah, it's just like this text. I wasn't. Yeah,
right.
we're going to. It's just a wall of text. It's not really much to look at. But we're going to this next time. It's a very long, interesting interview that Iwata did with Hino back in 2011. So this is over 10 years ago. When his company's bigger than that. But it does seem that he is the only owner of this company. I can't see. I don't know. Maybe I'll look. I can't see any information about other people invested. I think it just grew and grew and grew and grew. I can't see any. Maybe there have been some angel investors at some point, but there's not like any public investors. And I think that he is the only owner of the company. I could be wrong about that though. I can't see any information that says that anyone else is involved with it. It just seems to be an independent private company that somebody started with just a few people that he probably didn't even think it was going to grow to the size that it ended up growing to. So, list of privately held companies of Japan. Maybe there's like some information. Maybe there's like when you register a company, there's some like official like register you have to be. It's clearly a small indie. Rachel's kind of like doing that joke, right? I know what you're doing. But it is an indie company. They're not. I mean, they're 300 people. So it's not tiny. It's not huge either. It's not that many. In the grand scheme of things, it's way. But it's like there's 300 people in 2020. Yeah. That's different. He's the president and CEO. I don't think anyone else is like I said. I've said before. He is level 5. It's his whole thing. It's his like he's in charge of everything. So, like I said, he's brilliant when it comes to making the games and designing them and everything. But he's not a good business man. How did you drive Yoko Watch into the ground, man? How did you do that game was selling millions and millions and millions and millions and they'd made all the anime and the toys and the shops and all this stuff? How did you let that go downhill, man? How did you do that? You drove it into the ground.
Hope it won't be his Final Fantasy. The upcoming games.
Final Fantasy didn't drop off like Yokai Watch. Come on, man. You're really exaggerating. That did not happen with Final Fantasy at all. It's not even close. The listen, Kike, you must have been there. People said there were whole articles. People saying it was a Pokemon killer. It was a thing. It was a thing. I remember. There were whole people saying that. Like it was serious articles and everything about how Yokai Watch is a Pokemon killer. And for a little while in Japan, it came close. For a little while in Japan, like a couple of years, it came kind of close. It didn't happen though, obviously, because Pokemon's here and Yokai Watch. Let me tell you something. If that Yokai Watch teaser have with that character, please, I don't want a knockoff Jibanyan. That looks like a knockoff Jibanyan. Can you let's just have Jibanyan. I don't want that knockoff you made. Not in that art style anyway. That art style, no. I mean, in the way it was rendered in 3D. Do it cel shaded like the other ones, man. Don't do it like that 3D rounded thing. Please. Facts. People said that. The only way to get to worldwide audience Yoko must be hyper realistic, says Roche. Dude, that's not exactly what they did, but that's what they were trying to sort of do with the Shadow Side stuff. They made them all like scary looking. They went from looking really cute. Well, they weren't all cute, but they were. Some of them were not cute at all, but they weren't like scary. They weren't scary. Some of them were kind of weird looking, but they weren't scary. So they went from that to being like with claws and like Yokai spooky. Yeah, but the Yokai and Yokai Watch are not spooky. Have you seen them? They're not spooky. Not really. They're kind of funny looking. In fact, some of them cute. They're not all going for like the Pokemon route where a lot of them are cute. A lot of Pokemon are cute, not all of them, but there's way more that are just funky looking. Now there's one that just looks like a butt, like its face is a butt. There's one that looks like a butt. There's I can't remember what the butt one's called. There's a butt yokai. They're not yeah, so I mean they're not, anyway, I'm not going to go into that now. They're pictures of them. You know what these yokai look like. They're not so look what he's tweeting about. He's tweeting about this about cause did they make an anime out of that? Or are these just scenes from the game The level 5 for that thing was fraudulent. They had, I'm sorry, that was fraudulent. They had the event they had at Tokyo Game Show, and then it was like, oh, no release dates, by the way. That was absolutely fraudulent. That was completely fraudulent. They had all of these like performances and all of this at Tokyo Game. Do you remember all this? Yeah, okay, they did an anime of the daughter. Okay, I didn't even know they made an anime out of that. And this is look at all this like Professor Layton, all this stuff they had at the goddamn Tokyo Game Show. Look at this. And they were performing. Oh, it was so fortunate. They were performing all these Yokai Watch and Inazuma 11 songs. I'm like, hang on, you got the cheek to come out here and be doing all this performance and stuff like this and not giving us any goddamn release dates? Is that what's going on here? Because that is what happened. Yeah, and I guess they had all these events. This was back in September. Oh, do you know what? This was. I wish I could. Oh my god! I need to improve my Japanese. They had that. He had like a like interview thing with Kodaka. I think his name Kodaka, who made Raincoat and Danganronpa and all that. They had this, and they were talking. They were doing like this cross-talk interview thing, okay, game creators thing, and I wanted to know what they were saying. But my Japanese is not good enough. to know. I don't think anyone's translated it. So yeah, I guess they had an anime of that. I didn't even know that. Yeah, so the thing is with level 5, it's just like, you know, I'd like to see them succeed, but they need to improve their communication with their fans. Like, to have like a presentation earlier this year saying we're releasing like 4 games this year, and then to delay every single one of them, like, into next year and beyond, is like, that's really, really poor management to do that, and poor communication. So they need to improve that and not go to like have this event at Tokyo Game Show and then they went there and didn't announce any release dates. You know, I think that they shouldn't have done that. I think they got ahead of themselves with the. I think they got that ahead of themselves. They probably did want to release those games this year, or they're like, well, we're making our big comeback. Will level 5 sell off Fusion if they failed? Right, so I mean, let's look at this. That's an interesting topic, because when level 5 were down and out and they weren't releasing games in the West, it just seemed like everything outside of Japan stopped, and the stuff they were releasing in Japan, like Megaton Musashi, when that came out, it was like a colossal flop. When they released Yokai Watch 4, way underperformed the previous games. They did a plus version that flopped. It underperformed. They did that Yokai Watch Gakuen Y, whatever it's called. That one didn't do too well. There were a lot of people, I mean a lot of people, after their international office closed down and everything, were saying level 5 is going to go back. They're bankrupt. They're going to go bankrupt. There's all of this. There was so much talk of that. There was talk about different people go up. They're going to buy level 5. People are saying Sony's going to buy level 5. I said, there's no goddamn way on this earth Sony is going to buy goddamn level 5. It's just not going to happen. Or Phil Spencer, or Microsoft, or Nintendo. I said none of them are going to buy level 5. Is what I said. So for various reasons, Sony, because they don't care about like level 5 games anymore. They've had a relationship with them for years and years and years. They don't care. They don't do those style of games anymore. So they don't care. Microsoft, they wouldn't sell to Microsoft because they don't even release. The only games level 5 games that have ever been on Microsoft were the 2 Ni no Kuni games published by Bandai Namco. They have no audience at all on Xbox. It would be like a disaster to do that. And Nintendo wouldn't buy them because Nintendo doesn't buy companies like that. That's what I said. That's what people kept saying. I said, no, none of them are going to buy level 5. I said, if level 5 was going to be bought, it would most likely be Bandai Namco, is what I said. It would most likely be Bandai Namco. Because they had a relationship with them via Ni no Kuni. So that's the one that made most sense to me. The one they had the active relationship with. They stopped the publishing relationship with Nintendo. They stopped the publishing relationship with Sony. They had no relationship with Microsoft, but they had a relationship with Bandai Namco via Ni no Kuni. I said, if there was going to be bought, that's the only one that makes sense. That is what I said. I said, why the hell would Sega buy level 5? That makes no goddamn sense. No. That makes no sense either. They don't have any relationship with Sega either. Worst timeline, I know, right? No, it'd be Bandai Namco, is what I said. And I said that for years. That's the one they have the relationship with. It'd be Bandai Namco. Or it'd be, maybe it'd be like one of these Chinese companies like Tencent or something, or Tencent or, NetEase or something. I said it wouldn't be a platform holder. It'd be Bandai Namco, or it'd be one of the Chinese companies. Is what I said for years. I wish we had those archives from the Jody and Genki shows. I was saying that for how long? Anyway, I said they weren't going to be bought. It didn't make any sense. It didn't make financial sense for anyone to buy them. other than Bandai Namco, maybe. And even then, I didn't think that was going to happen. But I think there's only two possible answers, right? One, there's a couple of things. One, first of all, in that level 5 vision we just mentioned, Hino bought up the Yokai Watch mobile game. Oh, it's been going for 8 years. We've made money from it and everything. I said, you're bringing this, like, it's all please play this game. I said, you haven't released outside Japan. So how anyone is going to be going and playing that? But he brought it up in the presentation. And I think because they must have been making decent money from that, and they were making money maybe off of the Ni no Kuni mobile game, which I don't think Level 5 developed that. They might have been involved a bit, but I think that was one of these mobile companies I've forgotten the name of right now. It escapes me. Also, they may have just had. He may have had money. They may have still had money from the Yokai Watch when Yokai Watch was successful, or they had like some secret angel investors. That's really only what it could be, really. But they had enough money to keep going with like 300 employees. Konami Level 5 fusion confirmed. No. I was like, I said that consistently that Level 5 were not going to get bought by anybody. And people saying they'll get, but unless they've announced they're going bankrupt, then they're not bankrupt. So people said that. People were saying that for the longest time. I said they weren't going to be bought. Now, Red Hood isn't here, but I have to go ahead and end this show. We're going to revisit the topic of Level 5 at a later point. I really do want them to succeed.
Actually, I have a few words to say.
Oh, you do? Okay, alright. Go ahead.
Yes. Just want to say I had a great time today. And I hope everyone has a good day. And I just want to say, Happy Fuka Friday for the Fuka Nation.
Oh my god, he said Happy Fuka Friday for the Fuka Nation and peaced out. And it almost sounded like he was swearing. It's not Fuka Friday. Don't listen to what he's doing. I can't believe he just did that and peaced out. I'm sure he's done that before. Didn't he do that some other time when he said something and peaced out? Oh my god. Didn't he do that some other time? I swear he did. I should never have listened to him when he said that I'm going to say a few words. What the hell? What was I thinking letting him do that? Anyway, oh my god, Red Hood. Joker. Anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the show. Yes, 3 devil face emojis. Oh my lord. We will revisit the topic of Level 5. It's not Fuka Friday. I don't know how that coincidentally the music stops at the same time I pressed that. So we will. Level 5 will come up again and again. So we will, especially over the coming few months, and they already have an event penciled in for April, and I think then they are going to announce Yokai Watch 5. Now, I know what you're going to say, Jodie. It's absolutely fraudulent for them to announce Yokai Watch 5 when Yokai Watch 4 has not been released in the West, and they still have that goddamn port of Yokai Watch 1 that they refused to release in the West. I know. But I still think it's going to be Yokai Watch 5. It's going to be a brand new entry. This is what I think. I don't think they're going to be trying again with Yokai Watch 4. And hopefully they go back to turn-based gameplay or do something, not that weirdo action thing they had. Okay, thank you everyone for joining me today. Thank you to Vinnie Mac, Kike and Red Hood for joining me on the call. It was awesome to have you join me. And we had a great discussion today. And thanks to everyone who turned up to the pre-show. And I can't remember everybody who was there, but it's quite a few people. And also remember it is Femboy Friday, not Fuka Friday. Don't listen to Red Hood. I don't even know where this Fuka Friday thing's come from. But yeah, we'll catch up again next week. with more charge. You know what, right? I just realised I did the software and didn't do the hardware for the week. Do you know that? Oh my god, I completely forgot. I didn't talk about the Team Asano thing. About they said they make, basically they just said they're making games regularly. That's it. Oh my god, I didn't say the hardware. Let me just quickly say the hardware right now. I'm not gonna go over it, but I'll just quickly say. Oh, goddamn thing. How did I forget? This is Red Hood made me forget. So the Switch sold 71,000. That's up week over week because it was like 65,000, but it's hella down from last year. It was 56,000. But remember, Pokemon released last year, so that is why that is the case. There was a new Pokemon game. PlayStation 5 sold 59,000. That's down week over week because it was 62,000 last week. It's up year over year, and it was 50,000 this time last year. The Xbox Series sold 2,133. Down week over week. It was 3,000 last week. This time last year it was 11,000. I don't know what happened, but it was 11,000 last year. PlayStation 4 sold 2,080. It's up week over week. Down year over year. And the 3DS Famitsu, why are you tracking the 3D? What? Look at this. Look at these numbers. 30 sold 33 this week, 22 last week, and this time last year, year over year, it was 65 last year. Like, how are they still tracking this system? I can't even get my mind around it. There must be somebody at Famitsu that just has a soft spot for the 3DS, because I can't see why are you tracking these tiny 2-digit numbers? It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, anyway, there we go. I completely forgot that because of Red Hood and his Fuka Friday nonsense. 3DS will never die, says Wish. Well, it's dead, so, I mean... Well, tell a lie. I'm mad at Nintendo for closing the 3DS eShop, but I've been playing my 3DS. I've been playing a Kirby Planet Robobot, which is a pretty good game. So, yeah, there we go. Anyway, thank you everyone, and I'll catch you next time. Bye.